The Bills take on the Dolphins this Sunday
This
with
Sunday
kickoff
with
set
kickoff
for
set
1
for
o'clock.
1 o'clock.
We saw
We
a
saw
spike
a
of
spike
players
of
on the
players
injury
on the
report
injury
this
report
week, where many players did not practice on Wednesday. The updated report showed a few of those players did in fact come around. Jordan Phillips with a wrist injury was a full participant in practice, along with Terrell Bernard dealing with an ankle injury. Joey Bosa with a wrist injury, James Cook, ankle, Taron Johnson, groin, Daquan Jones, calf, and Joshua Palmer with a knee and ankle injury were all limited participants in yesterday's practice. And then Christian Benford, groin injury, AJ Epinesa, concussion, Sam Franklin with an illness, and Shaq Thompson with a hamstring injury did not practice yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm injury report. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres were shut out last night by the St. Louis Blues 3-0. They outshot St. Louis 28-17, but were unable to slip anything past goaltender Joel Hofer. Paul Hamilton has more on the loss up on our website, WGR550.com. Around the NFL, the Broncos outlast the Raiders in a rough game on Thursday Night Football, 10-7. Bo Nix threw 2 interceptions, and Geno Smith tallied 1 on the night. Geno Smith did leave the game with a quad contusion. In other news, Antonio Brown was apprehended by authorities in Dubai and arrested on attempted murder charges. The arrest relates to a shooting at a celebrity boxing event in Miami back in May. Brown is reportedly being held in New Jersey and will be transported to Florida at an unreleased date. It is unknown why he was taken to New Jersey first, and is also reportedly unclear as to whether or not Brown has an attorney. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, good morning. Happy Football Friday. Bills and Dolphins on the way this weekend. It is a Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Jeremy and Joe. Joe is in Miami for this game. His first ever pilgrimage down there, which will lead me to tell my story about my one trip to Miami for Bills Dolphins. I saw the Bills win in Miami in I got to think about this. I got to Google it to find out when it was. It's the year that the Bills draft Marcel Darius. That year before. And I only know that because it's the year the Bills were, I'm pretty sure they were 0-8 and finished 4-12. I think that's the year. Miami had a chance to still make the playoffs, and the Bills went into Miami and beat them, and that was that. So that's not the whole story. There's much more to that story. The Sabres played in Florida the night before. I went down. The Sabres played the Panthers in Florida in Sunrise on a Friday night and gave up 4 goals in the first period. I think Ryan Miller got pulled. It was 2-0 before I sat down. A great time. And then the Bills went and won. So it wasn't a clean sweep, but maybe an omen for my road record. My road record's not very good with these teams. Anyway, Bills and Dolphins this week, and Sean McDermott there saying, this is a competitive team. It is an important matchup in the division because, of course, the Bills are in a division race, and division record will matter. I've got the New York Times playoff machine, some numbers to crunch on that a little bit later. But it's a Football Friday, and we'll talk with Sal. We'll also talk with Ellen Pupar, who covers the Dolphins at 7:30. Chris Brown at 8:30. We'll check in with Paul Hamilton on last night's Sabres loss to the St. Louis Blues. And, fun, frivolity, all that good stuff along the way as we gear up for a weekend that could see some snowflakes flying kind of in the area. So, with that said, I want to, can I, even though it's a Football Friday, can I get in on the Sabres for a minute quickly? Because I had the thought last night about their future, and there are these pesky reports. There are these, what do I want to say? What's the right word for this? These lingering reports about the idea that Brendan Shanahan would be interested in the Sabres job as president. And Brendan Shanahan is looking to get back into a front office, and he might take the Buffalo job. I also saw Chicago, whatever. But it's just kind of there, and you've got some NHL insiders that every once in a while reference Brendan Shanahan as an idea. And here are the Sabres off to a start. I don't know what I want to say about it. There's a thing that happens when you talk about the Sabres, I think. If you are someone that watches the Sabres, maybe you have this same experience that I do, which is every loss, you're just like, all right, really though, what are we doing? What? Come on, what are we really doing here? This team, which was going to be more defensively responsible, and they don't have any trouble scoring, right? What are you worried about? Trading away Peterka is trading away some goals. It's not the only thing, of course, but trading away Peterka, and what they got back in the deal was they're going to be more defensively responsible, and scoring's not a problem. All right. Only one team in the East has fewer goals than the Sabres. And they got shut out last night by the Blues, who stink. They got shut out by the Blues, who stink, and also sat one of their best players and played a goalie that's who? What's his name? Who is he?
Joel Hofer.
Joel Hofer.
Had a sub-800 save percentage.
Excuse me. I think Hofer, Hofer, is an omen for this Hall of Famer. He's going to make it someday.
If he plays every game against the Sabres.
They got shut out by Joel Hofer, and their best players right now deliver nothing, the Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Dahlin, Tuck, what do you get from these players?
Tage he's always been a little bit
slow start,
aloof to me in terms of like as a hockey player all around. He's not the best in his own end, and there's he
Are you
glides
saying he's an imperfect player?
Yeah, I'm going to say he's an imperfect player. But what we have seen in these last few games, and really to start the season from him, is like a completely disengaged player who just looks disconnected from what's happening on the ice. And he is supremely talented, and he is their best chance to have some sort of offensive firepower with all the injuries they have and the struggles with, the rest of the lineup. But when you've got him floating around the ice, just not really looking like he's that into the game and making really poor puck decisions, just floating pucks on net, giving it away on the wall, like you're not surviving with what they've got if he's looking like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. And then he's also, that is just the offensive stuff that you need from him. He's always going to hurt you a little bit defensively because he is just always on the wrong side of the puck. It's really tough to see another guy that is more just unaware of how to muddy up another team attacking. He just floats at the puck, dives in, and then he's behind the play.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, it does not look good for him right now. And they need it to be great from him right now if they want to survive.
Yeah, last night they control play. They are probably the better team, and their goalie lets up, 2 goals over expected, basically? Like, Luukkonen was a mess.
Much.
Luukkonen's a mess. They throw him in.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would like to, it's very easy to point to that second goal that Luukkonen gives up and say, that's not okay. And it's not. But when you can't score, it does not matter.
It doesn't matter. That's right.
It doesn't matter.
Yep. The high danger chances, 10-4 for the Sabres. Scoring chances, 19-7 for the Sabres. Shot attempts, 51-30 for the Sabres. All those at 5-on-5. Never mind the power play, which is another conversation. So, whatever. What are you supposed to do with it? What are you supposed to do? To the Shanahan point, the thing I thought was like, all right, so the best case scenario is they make the playoffs because they are still alive. Like everybody is still alive. They had a chance last night to maybe move into a playoff spot if other scores went the right way, and that didn't happen. And instead, they're in last. They have 4 regulation wins in 14 games, which, how well do you know the movie Step Brothers, everybody out there? You know when they're interviewing for the job and they're wearing tuxedos?
Right.
And then the mood in the room changes and Seth Rogen says, all right, you know what? The tuxedos seem a little messed up right now, right?
Yeah.
He says, that's what all these overtime losses just have done to me. Like, all right, you know what? All these overtime losses seem a little messed up right now. You have 4 wins, real wins, 4. Regulation and overtime, I should say, wins in 14 games. You've won 5 out of 14. And that's a disastrous number. The good news is, I guess, that nobody else is that good, but playoff teams have won 8 out of 14. The Flyers, the Leafs, who, in Toronto, they think the Leafs are terrible. Maybe they turn their season around. 8-5-1, the Leafs. I don't know what to do with it. They lost to the Blues. You want to say they should have won. They got goalied. There's lots of things to say, but there's also this part where the Sabres can never sync it up. They can never sync up better defensively with the ability to score. They can never sync up scoring and good defensively with a couple of saves. They can never sync up the saves with the power play, with the penalty. It's like always 2 or 3 things taking them down, and I don't want to be the guy that after a random Thursday loss to St. Louis says, what are we doing here? But what are we doing here?
If you want to be serious about the season, then these are games you need to bank.
Yeah, you got to win a game like that. And they play Carolina next, which is a much more difficult challenge.
And they never win.
Never win in Carolina. And they've got injuries too, but 14 points in 14 games. Like right now, their pace is below what they need. They're on pace for an 82-point season, which is pretty much what they finish with every single year. So I am not, I'm going to make this very key distinction, I'm not telling you that missing the playoffs would be better, but if I was to ask, for the next 10 years of their existence, what do I want to be a little bit nervous about a team that if they did put it together and make the playoffs as the 8 seed, that might embolden the way that they've done things for the last 6 years? And instead, if they miss by 5, maybe they go boldly in a direction to be different. This is kind of like, can I make a comparison? The Dolphins. Like the Dolphins have been competitive, and they've actually been a playoff team, and yet the entire time, most would say they've been non-threatening. There's nothing really there. They only beat bad teams. They lose to good teams, and every once in a while they can fool themselves into thinking they have a real chance to win something. And, of course, they don't. And they never really did through that time. What should they do? Should they fire their GM and their coach? Like they did fire their GM. For the Sabres, man, you're so far into this. And it's, hey, you have a trade that looks good. Kesselring and Doan for Peterka looks like a good trade. Oh, nice. All right, so your good trade has made you a better team, right? No, not really. Last in the East, 5 wins in 14 regulation. 5 wins in regulation in 14 games. It is just... Every year, we're trying to talk ourselves into, this part of it might look better, and this part might look better. I've been doing it. I'm trying to talk myself into it. But, the standard is the floor, and they're always just like one sheet of paper above that. It's the thickness. It's a micron above the floor when you are in last in the East. And, you're not out of it yet. In the entire NHL, there might be 5 teams that are out of it, and they're all in the West. So... man, it is tough. It is tough. The Flames have 3 wins. Of all the teams, the entire league, I was looking at the entire league and regulation wins, because I used to do this when the Sabres had, at the late stage Ryan Miller years, where it would feel like they're not that good, would say, man, they don't have that many regulation wins. They're overtime merchants in one of those seasons, and think, if you're good, you win games in regulation, occasionally. And to only have 4, listen, there are a lot of teams that only have 4. It's kind of the story of the league this year. Any idea that they're good, they're improved, they're better, they're headed in the right direction? I mean, it's just tough to sell. It's a real tough sell. So that's a game against you've lost to Boston twice in St. Louis.
Yeah,
these are the worst teams in the league,
and
along with you, I guess.
And you just can't, despite how well they've played at times, and despite the injuries, you can't lose those games to those teams and think that you're going to have the good faith of your fan base.
Yep, they've got a pair of back-to-back wins. Happened twice. They beat Ottawa and Florida, and they beat Detroit and Toronto. And in regulation wins in that department, they haven't done much. It's haven't had a regulation win in 6 games. But you got 5 points. Okay. 6 points. Sorry. 6 points in those 6 games. Larry in South Florida. It is Miami week. We'll talk plenty of Bills Dolphins today and dig into that. Larry, good morning.
Good morning. I know it's Miami week, and I'm going to the game, and you talked about Brandon Bean, yesterday. You listened to his comments, so you felt pretty good that he tried, and I think someone even said something about Yoda. There's no try.
Do or do not. There is no try. Yeah,
that's right. And so that just, I'm sorry. You do what you got to do, like you said. You got to have the courage to make that move. But I called to talk about UPL and the Buffalo Sabres. I was on the bullpen earlier this morning, and people are ripping, which as they should. There's 17 shots on this guy, and he lets up 3 goals, and 2 of them were a joke, 1 shorthanded. And I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm sure, Owen, with your hockey knowledge and background, you do. But it seems, especially this year, and I know it's only been a handful of games, but when he's in the lineup, they play differently. It seems like the defense just kind of gets super lax. And like you were talking about Tage, he looks like a different player. I don't know if these guys rally around Lyon, but when Lyon's in there, he goalies teams, but we don't score enough goals. If Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen's in the game against Utah, I'm convinced they score 6 or 7 goals against us. But Lyon stood on his head time and time again, and we could not deliver. And they goalied us. There's no doubt about it. That guy is huge, and he's good. Well, UPL's huge. He's not good. When are we going to get an administrative unit in this hockey club that is going to understand that this team is just not good? We have 2 first overall picks, both defensemen. I think Darlene's great. Power, I can't figure him out. You got Eichel and Reinhart with number 2s, and we don't even sniff the playoffs. So there is something happening in this organization, gentlemen, that is so beyond frustrating for Sabres fans that people just aren't going to go. I turned it off after we gave up the shorthanded goal. I said, yeah, UPL's in that. Here comes another loss. So I think it's time either you go get a top 6 forward by trading him in some draft picks and probably a prospect, or just get rid of him. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that, and go Bills.
Thanks. Good. In terms of getting rid of him, good luck.
Yeah.
Really good luck. You signed him to a big, huge contract, and that was off of, 50 games?
Right. Somebody would pick him up if he's on waivers, but you're not going to get anything of any kind of significance for him right now, I don't think.
Yep.
And just to the caller's point about playing differently in front of UPL, there is a lot of merit to, if your team trusts what's in the crease, you do play more free. And I think there is a little bit of that coming through from them. It just doesn't look comfortable when he's back there, UPL. And I think it's not only the fact that he's been struggling, results-wise, but it's also a little bit of how UPL plays the position. He's very scrambly. There's a lot of rebounds popped out to weird places. And when you've got a guy back there that looks unpredictable in the net, it can lead to the team feeling nervous. Whether that's conscious or not, that happens. I know I've had conversations with coaches in my playing days. I used to be a little bit of that. I used to get a little wonky and get a little chasey. And I would have conversations with almost every goalie coach I ever had. And they would tell me, like, it may not hurt you where you're giving up a goal that looks bad, but your team sees how you're looking in the net. When you're sliding into the corner chasing a puck, and even if it doesn't go in, your defensemen notice that. And they the grip tightens on the stick a little bit. And that is absolutely a thing that happens in the game. I don't think that the Sabres don't trust UPL right now, but I think that they are aware of what is happening when he's in net for them.
Yeah.
And there's no avoiding that. And if I was a defenseman on that team, I would think I'm probably being smart if I'm a little more on my toes in the D zone. And, there is something to be said there.
803-0550. Thanks, Larry, for the phone call. Sabres lose to the Blues. They get shut out by the St. Louis Blues. And next up, it's Carolina. Bills and Dolphins coming your way, Miami week. And again, I started to mention, like, this game does matter for the division because, let's just run through it. If the Bills and Patriots are going to go down to the wire on who wins this division, the winner has to have either A, the better record, or B, win the tiebreaker. And the tiebreaker after head-to-head is going to be record in division. And if the Bills have a loss to Miami just kind of mixed in there, that gets a lot tougher. So win this week against Miami, beat the Dolphins, who are kind of at a franchise crossroads, and who knows really what they're playing for. Pride, jobs, protecting the coach. He's come under quite a bit of fire for the way they play, how they look against good teams. I will say that against the Bills, the Dolphins have almost consistently, not every time, but they've been competitive. And while they don't beat the Bills, which is, key, they do put a little scare into the Bills. The last couple, earlier this year, Bills win by 10, but the Bills are kicking it to Miami tied late, punting to Miami tied in the fourth quarter before roughing the punter penalty. The time before that, last year here in Buffalo, it's 30-27 Bills. Another close game. And that's one where the Bills have to kick a late field goal to beat Miami after Jordan Poyer hits Keon Coleman for, it's a third down penalty that puts them in position. Their offense did not look good in those final stages, even though they scored 30. Before that, 31-10, then 21-14, then 48-20, and 34-31, and 32-29. You've got playoff games that have been 3-point games. 21-19. I get pretty consistently every other or 2 out of every 3 Dolphin games end up being close games, competitive in the fourth quarter. And this matchup, what will Miami do? Will they really test the Bills' ability to stop the run in a way that they haven't before? It might. Might see a lot of Devin Achane. Might see the Bills try and just lean on Miami like they always do. But the Dolphins like to blitz Josh Allen. They like to throw simulated pressure. They like to, try to get him a little bit rattled. They have done that in the past. Again, it doesn't often lead to wins. They have won back in 2022. And the win before that for the Dolphins, you've got to go all the way back to, I'm still scrolling all the way to 2018. So they've beaten Josh Allen one time, and the previous time it's 21-17, and Zay Jones was involved in that game. Sorry, that's the second time they beat Josh Allen. They've beaten Allen twice. That's the Charles Clay game. So they don't beat the Bills too much. Could they this week? I don't think too many people give it a real thought that they would beat the Bills. The spread is relatively big, and the Bills have a lot more to play for than Miami does. So we'll see. If I'm a Dolphin fan, I'm happy they changed their GM. I'm probably upset they didn't sell off more pieces, and we can talk about that a little bit more. I saw Adam Schefter talking about this, what Miami's offseason could look like, because with the Patriots and the Bills looking like there are now 2 strong teams in your division, it's like the vice gets a little bit tighter on any team. Like, we're trying to come back from nowhere, and there are now 2 good teams. And then the other team, the third team, the Jets, they should be bad for a little while, but they have loaded up on assets to try to be good. And if you're Miami, if this were, put it this way, if this were a dynasty league, I've got a dynasty league where I can punch in numbers to one of these fantasy sites, Fantasy Pros, and it'll give you your dynasty score, this season's rankings on a scale of 1 to 100, and then your dynasty score on 1 to 100. And while the Dolphins this season score might be above the Jets, their dynasty score would just be a 2, a 3. Miami does not have much going on looking forward. And quarterback's going to be a big conversation for them this offseason, no doubt. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. If you watched last night's game, official announcement. The Broncos stink. Bo Nix is not good. End of story. Bo Nix is not good. The Broncos stink. They were missing some pieces defensively, but whatever. I don't know if you'll find a worse 8-2 team in league history. Let's try to find it. 8-2, stink. Denver, no threat. And when they play the Chiefs, I think they're going to get beat. And that's Kansas City's road to get back into the playoff picture, maybe the division. If there's one playoff team, one team that's going to miss in the West, maybe it is the Chiefs. But, man, if you get in the playoffs and you have a chance to play the Broncos or the Chiefs, it is not close. The Broncos are not impressive. They were disastrously bad last night. That game last night set the sport back. It's the first time that it's the first time that we see of those two teams, of those games on Thursday Night Football. We've had good Thursday Night Football games, and this one is not good. If you missed it, you didn't miss much. It was a mess. 803-0550 on the Broncos. If you want to chime in there, you can. 1-888-550-2550. Another thing that could be breaking for the Bills, right? The Broncos at 8-2, and yet bad. They could be 9-1, by the way. They almost beat the Colts. And then we'd be having the conversation, are they an actually bad 9-1 team, which I might have time for. 803-0550 to join us. We'll check in with Paul. We'll check in with Sal. Alan Pupar on the Dolphins at 7:30. Chris Brown as well. It's all happening here on the Buffalo Bills Football Friday. Car Crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. And here are the Sabres off to a start. I don't know what I want to say about it. There's a thing that happens when you talk about the Sabres, I think. If you are someone that watches the Sabres, maybe you have this same experience that I do, which is every loss, you're just like, all right, really though, what are we doing? Come on. What are we really doing here? This team, which was going to be more defensively responsible, and they don't have any trouble scoring, right? What are you worried about? Trading away Peterka is trading away some goals. It's not the only thing, of course, but trading away Peterka, and what they got back in the deal was they're going to be more defensively responsible, and scoring's not a problem. All right. Only one team in the East has fewer goals than the Sabres. And they got shut out last night by the Blues, who stink. They got shut up by the Blues, who stink, and also sat one of their best players and played a goalie that's who? What's his name? Who is he?
Joel Hofer.
Joel Hofer.
Had a sub-800 save percentage.
Excuse me. I think Hofer, Hofer, is an omen for this Hall of Famer. He's going to make it someday.
If he plays every game against the Sabres.
They got shut out by Joel Hofer, and their best players right now deliver nothing, the Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Dahlin, Tuck, what do you get from these players? Their best players right now deliver nothing, the Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Dahlin, Tuck, what do you get from these players?
Tage he's always been a little bit
slow start,
aloof to me in terms of as a hockey player all around. He's not the best in his own end, and there's he
Are you saying he's an imperfect player?
Yeah, I'm going to say he's an imperfect player. But what we have seen in these last few games, and really to start the season from him, is a completely disengaged player who just looks disconnected from what's happening on the ice. And he is supremely talented, and he is their best chance to have some sort of offensive firepower with all the injuries they have and the struggles with the rest of the lineup. But when you've got him floating around the ice, just not really looking like he's that into the game and making really poor puck decisions, just floating pucks on net, giving it away on the wall, like, you're not surviving with what they've got if he's looking like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. And then he's also, that is just the offensive stuff that you need from him. He's always going to hurt you a little bit defensively because he is just always on the wrong side of the puck. It's really tough to see another guy that is more just unaware of how to muddy up another team attacking. He just floats at the puck, dives in, and then he's behind the play.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, it does not look good for him right now. And they need it to be great from him right now if they want to survive.
The Bills take on the Dolphins this Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We saw a spike on the injury report this week where many players did not practice on Wednesday. The updated report showed a few of those players did come around. Jordan Phillips with a wrist injury was a full participant along with Terrell Bernard dealing with an ankle injury. Joey Bosa with a wrist injury, James Cook with an ankle injury, Taron Johnson with a groin injury, and Daquan Jones with a calf injury, along with Joshua Palmer with a knee and ankle injury. They were all limited participants in yesterday's practice. Christian Benford dealing with a groin injury, AJ Epinesa with a concussion, Sam Franklin dealing with an illness, and Shaq Thompson with a hamstring injury did not practice yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm injury report. For injured, for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres were shut out last night by the St. Louis Blues 3-0. They outshot St. Louis 28-17, but were unable to slip anything past goaltender Joel Hofer. Paul Hamilton has more on the loss up on our website, WGR550.com. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The Raiders now on a first down with Schmidt over the middle, in the air, deflected and intercepted. And into Raider territory comes Dondre Tillman. And look at him gallop all the way inside the 35.
Al Michaels last night, Kirk Herbstreit and Al Michaels, the longest stretch of the game I caught after the Sabres game was the two of them talking about Howard Cosell and a super long, super tight zoom on the moon. Did you guys catch that part of the game?
No.
Okay.
No.
They zoomed in on the moon, and I don't know that I've ever seen the moon zoomed in on this aggressively. I'm looking at, I don't know, is it the Sea of Tranquility? I got to look at the moon maps. They were so far in on the moon, you could see the contours of craters. And like, all right, look at that. There it is. There's the moon. Sure enough. And Al and Herb Street talking about ABC Wild World of Sports. They showed a clip of Al with John Madden, and the game was Raiders-Broncos in like 2002. Jerry Rice catches his 200th career touchdown. Anyway, it was kind of a little tribute to Al, how long he's been doing it. And, you know, it's just they're talking about it for a long time, talking shop and zooming in on the moon.
The moon.
Big one. The moon.
For the moon.
Good for the
moon,
got it spotlight.
The moon, the big round moon. All right, 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. I want to tell you something. Somebody made a funny comment in the chat. And the Sabres lost last night 3-0. It is a football Friday. However, I did spend the break at tankathon.com running lotteries for the NHL. And I did write in the chat. If you're on the YouTube chat, you know that sometimes, we'll be writing stuff during the break. And the conversation keeps going through the commercial breaks on the YouTube chat, whether talking Bills or Owen Power or whatever. And what I wrote in the chat was, no one wants to hear it, but the best case scenario for the season is Gavin McKenna for the Sabres. And we might be getting to that point. And someone in the chat said, you've got to decide. You can drive the train or you can drive the tank. I can't drive both vehicles. I got my wide receiver train and the tank. And my response was like, somebody else going to have to drive that tank. I'm not driving that tank. No, sir. No, sir. Tough. 3-0 loss to the Blues. It's November 7th. They're in last in the East.
McKenna is really good, I will say. He is special.
Yeah, he's not some diamond in the rough.
No, he's not.
Yeah, the projected best player in the world at 16 is often amazing.
Right. Yeah, this guy's he's like, I'm not gonna say he's a McDavid level but he's.
Is he Macklin Celebrini? Because that guy
Celebrini.
That guy leads the league in points.
He's Macklin Celebrini.
Okay.
He's a pretty serious player.
I mean, meanwhile, the alternative is, you draft a guy 14th and you see him in 4 years.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, I'm not driving. I just told you. The chat wants me to give you the keys. You want the keys to it? I don't think Owen can do it. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
He played the game. I'm the person that you never played the game. You never know. You could never. How are you going to tell those players they should lose? It's like, I'm not going to tell them they should lose. I'm going to tell you that this team is in rough shape right now. Their injuries are a big deal. Zucker, right?
Kulik.
Yep, Kulik, Josh Norris. They're missing.
I don't even count. Like, Norris to me is a different. Until he plays 5 games for them, I don't even count him on the team. I can't bring myself to do it. Because what do you think is gonna? You think it's gonna change? I don't know. I don't really have a lot of hope for that at this point. After the way he got hurt there, I mean, I just don't even count on him at this point. I can't.
Yeah. 803-0550 to join us. Bills and Dolphins. Give us a call on the Bills and Dolphins if you want, and I'll run some playoff machine numbers on what this game really means. And last night's game, Eric wants to get into that because, Eric, good point here about the Broncos and what we should have wanted last night. Good morning. How are you, Eric?
Hey, I'm great, guys. Yeah, thanks for setting me up. I think it was a great result last night in that things are shaping up quite nicely. The Chiefs still have to play the Broncos twice, and they still have to play the Colts. So it's kind of a win-win. Either the Chiefs go ahead and beat the Broncos twice for you, or even better, the Broncos knock them out altogether. Kind of same thing with the Colts.
You talking for like the 1 seed race?
Well, above all else, I want the Broncos to win that division.
Yeah, okay.
Because it either means, you're going to finish ahead of the Chiefs pretty much no matter what. So down the line, if it comes down to you and the Chiefs, they should have to come to you in the end anyways. I don't think any of us would mind a road game in Mile High to go to the Super Bowl. So I think that looks really good.
Yeah.
Just kind of want to get your thoughts on it, and, I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. The Broncos, I was thinking about that too. The Broncos as a first-round playoff team, their schedule, I don't know what to make of them. Their schedule has been very easy to this point. They do have a loss to the Colts, and that's a game that they should have won. But they win last night 10-7, and I guess you could do the thing where you say, well, any game could be really ugly. But let's open up Denver's season and see what they've done this year, all right? They opened the year with a win over the Titans. Terrible. All right, good. There's a win. They lost to the Colts, a game they should have won. They lost to the Chargers. Their two losses are to the Colts and Chargers. Those are two good teams. They beat Cincinnati. Post-Burrow. They beat the Eagles 21-17. I guess that's a good win for them. That's a stunning one, but they beat the Jets by 2, the Giants by 1. They beat the Cowboys. Everybody beats the Cowboys. They beat the Texans, and then they beat the Raiders. The Broncos in one-score games have one-score game wins against Texans, Raiders, Jets, Giants, Eagles. That's 5. And if you want, I guess the Titans too. Six wins by one score. Depending on which team is their wild card opponent, the Broncos as the 1 seed, I do not see it happening. If they're the 1 seed, they'll be the worst 1 seed since Tennessee and Mike Vrabel's Ryan Tannehill 1 seed. They have 2 losses, and I guess they're in the mix for the 1 seed. But, man, their offense is not good. They can run the ball a little bit. Bo Nix, not a 1 seed caliber quarterback. If you're out there rooting for the Broncos last night because of what it does to the Chiefs, I think that makes sense. Any team that goes to Denver in the opening round, I don't know who it's going to be. If that's Baltimore, I'm picking Baltimore. If that's the Bills, if that's the Chiefs, any one of these 3 real teams goes to Denver as a wild card, I mean, I bet Denver's an underdog at home in the opening round. Their next couple weeks, the Broncos' next couple games, they'll play the Chiefs, the Commanders, the Raiders again, the Packers, the Jaguars, the Chiefs, and the Chargers. So still 3 to 4, maybe 5 games against good teams. Depends if you want to include Jacksonville as a good team. They're going to duck Washington's Jaden Daniels. So we'll see. The Chiefs are on bye this week. And, if you're keeping an eye on the Chiefs, they are still a very good chance to make the playoffs, very much in control of their own destiny. And a bye this week, and then the Chiefs return to play Denver and Indianapolis. 803-0550. You're probably right that was good that Denver won. The number one thing you want as any playoff team that's going to go and try to win the thing is I don't necessarily want bad teams in the playoffs. I'm not saying these teams are bad. I kind of am saying that about Denver. You want posers. You want a pretender. Oh, you got to, like Eric kind of laid it out. Oh, got to go to Denver? Great. I've got no fear of Denver. I think you should have none. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. It's a football Friday. We're talking about the Bills and Dolphins and how the Bills season rolls from here. Post-deadline, chasing down New England. The New England game is a big one, too. And I think it might be not only just, of course, meaning a lot. It's going to happen at the same time. Most of the country is going to get New England and Tampa. And I kind of expect that game to potentially be a bit of a shootout. I mean, Baker and Drake May, Tampa's going to blitz, and Drake May's good against the blitz, and we'll see. Like, New England and Tampa could be a shootout. It could be really interesting. And then Tampa comes here the following week. We'll be back in a snap. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills. Their best players right now deliver nothing, the Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Darlene, Tuck, what do you get from these players?
Tage he's always been a little bit
slow start,
aloof to me in terms of, like, as a hockey player all around. He's not the best in his own end, and there's, he
Are you saying he's an imperfect player?
Yeah, I'm going to say he's an imperfect player. But what we have seen in these last few games, and really to start the season from him, is like a completely disengaged player who just looks disconnected from what's happening on the ice. And he is supremely talented, and he is their best chance to have some sort of offensive firepower with all the injuries they have and the struggles with, the rest of the lineup. But when you've got him floating around the ice, just not really looking like he's that into the game and making really poor puck decisions, just floating pucks on net, giving it away on the wall, like, you're not surviving with what they've got if he's looking like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. And then he's also, that is just the offensive stuff that you need from him. He's always going to hurt you a little bit defensively because he is just always on the wrong side of the puck. It's really tough to see another guy that is more just unaware of how to muddy up another team attacking. He just floats at the puck, dives in, and then he's behind the play.
Mm-hmm.
And it does not look good for him right now. And they need it to be great from him right now if they want to survive.
And here are the Sabres off to a start. I don't know what I want to say about it. There's a thing that happens when you talk about the Sabres, I think. If you are someone that watches the Sabres, maybe you have this same experience that I do, which is every loss, you're just like, all right, really though, what are we doing? Come on, what are we really doing here? This team, which was going to be more defensively responsible, and they don't have any trouble scoring, right? What are you worried about? Trading away Peterka is trading away some goals. It's not the only thing, of course, but trading away Peterka, and what they got back in the deal was they're going to be more defensively responsible, and scoring's not a problem. All right. Only one team in the East has fewer goals than the Sabres. And they got shut out last night by the Blues, who stink. They got shut out by the Blues, who stink, and also sat one of their best players and played a goalie that's who? What's his name? Who is he?
Joel Hofer.
Joel Hofer.
Which had a sub 800 save percentage.
Excuse me. I think Hofer, Hofer, is an omen for this Hall of Famer. He's going to make it someday.
If he plays every game against the Sabres.
They got shut out by Joel Hofer, and their best players right now deliver nothing, the Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Dahlin, Tuck, what do you get from these players?
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
That's exactly right.
But
are you going to say but?
What?
No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games continue to be won?
As coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable? As a coach, we're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly, right? So obviously we gotta clean up the penalties. We gotta clean up some of the execution, and that is an ongoing thing that probably never ends. There's, you search for that Shangri-La. Right now, we're a team sitting at 8 wins. I think we're the only team sitting there. So,
Sean Payton asked about that 8-2 mark, where they don't look that great, but they're 8-2. He starts snappy and then kind of dials it back, and he lands the plane there. 803-0550. All right, I just saw something that I asked you guys if you'd seen this. Maybe people in the chat have on the YouTube stream. Did you see what the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50 went for? No, good.
Did not.
I gotta think it's massive.
Yeah.
For
Okay.
Game 7.
Right. Massive. What did it go for? What do you think? What do you think you would describe a 50-50 as massive? What's that number?
Man.
Right.
Game 7.
Game 7.
Baseball, so it's a big stadium.
Yep.
Right. And it was.
You got to think, how much are the tickets just to get in that building?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're paying $4,000 to sit in there.
But
you're
at that point, what's another 50-50?
There's big spenders in there.
There's heavy hitters,
Yeah.
making
right.
their way around.
I like that. I like that process.
So, all right,
Yeah.
So the Sabres was like 15,000 last night.
Right. The Sabres sometimes will have a guaranteed 50,000 in a game like that.
Right.
Sometimes I feel like Bills games might get up to 100,000. Mm-hmm. Okay. What was the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50? What was the winner's take home?
So winner take home. So
you can do whatever you want. You
okay.
could because
let's just go total number.
The number, all right. The total number where yes, they split it in half. Half goes to the Jays Foundation. Half goes to a winner. The total number for the Jays Dodgers Game 7 50-50. What do you got? What do you think it was?
I'm gonna say it was $15 million.
I was gonna go about 18 to 20 million. 18, I'll say.
All right, those are good guesses. Higher.
That's absurd.
25?
Higher.
Whoa.
Come on. 30?
Higher.
40.
Higher.
We have a $60 million.
50.
Wow.
50.
$50 million. Lord. 50-50.
Walk home with 25 mil. That's crazy.
$25 million. And in this article I'm reading at thebiglead.com, I also, I guess I didn't know this. I don't know if this is just true of Canada, if it's true of everywhere, but it's the number you take home, it's tax-free.
Oh, what?
Because the 50-50 is a donation to charity.
Right.
So
it gets a workaround.
You get it tax-free. That's what this article says.
Dude.
$25 million tax-free.
$25 million tax-free, which, by the way, the article of The Big Lead points out means that you took home more at Game 7 than Vlad Guerrero did for the year. His salary's $28, and he's taxed. $25 million tax-free. The story comes out about the Jays Care Foundation gets the other half, and the link I clicked was the winner of the 50-50 has been identified. That's like when you win the Powerball, nobody gets to know who you are for a month.
Right.
And then turns out it's just Jason from, Cheektowaga. They don't tell everybody who you are because that person's loaded with cash now.
Wow.
$25 million for Eric from Oshawa, which brings up the question. And I don't know what the number is where it's a 50-50 split, but did that guy have a good night? You're at the Jays game. Oh. Your team's in Game 7 of the World Series. You're heartbroken. Once you hit that winning ticket.
I mean, dude, $25 million?
$25 million.
That erases quite a bit of pain, I would say. If that were me.
I'd put. I don't even want to say what I'd do for the $25 million to one of my.
So you're not worried about your team losing in Game 7?
I would sacrifice 5 years more of Sabres purgatory for
$25 million tax-free.
Come on.
A true $25 million.
That guy's probably a Dodgers fan now. He doesn't care. Are you kidding? $25 million. I'm mind blown by this. I thought I was going crazy with, what did I say, $15 million?
You said 15.
We started in the teens.
$25 million take home.
Good Lord. Good for Eric from Oshawa.
Is there anybody out there that's prepared to say, I would give it back for my team to have won that game?
Somebody would say that, and they would be lying to you.
I think they would be lying.
Right. Don't trust anyone who says
here's
that
the briefcase. All right. Would you like to give us back the briefcase and the play at the plate? The guy got a bigger jump, and you're World Series champs. Like, what do you think? $25 million.
I think you put aside a few million of that to get that guy taken out of the room.
Crazy.
Wow.
What a 50-50.
I mean, do you I'm thinking about do you buy a ticket to every World Series game and just buy as many 50-50 tickets as you can buy?
One thing, this makes more sense. It was a 50-50 aggregated over the 4 World Series games.
Oh.
But still, the prize was still $50 million.
Okay.
So game 1, game 2, game 6, game 7, they all sold 50-50 tickets, which, how about a 50-50? All right, Sabres. How about a season-long one? Ooh. 82 games.
Does the season-long one get anywhere near the $50 million?
No, you have to get more than $1 million a game.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy. Wow.
Tax-free. Not a bad day for Eric from Oshawa. Yeah. Sorry about the Jays, Eric. The who?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
The Leafs are bad still? I don't care.
Oh, right, the Jays. Yeah. The Jays. I remember
He's
that.
on Mars right now.
Right. What a story. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. Chatting with you about, Football Friday, Bills and Dolphins coming your way. It's Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law Car Crash. Call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. We will check in with Sal. We'll check in with Paul. Ellen Pupar, who covers the Dolphins, 7:30. Chris Brown comes up at 8. We're going to move him from 8:30 to 8, so he gets in a little early here on this Football Friday. It is Miami week. Always a good time. Jeremy and Joe not here today, so plenty of time for you. 803-0550 on your expectation, and what do you want to see from this game? We'll break that down a little when we get back. I wonder if the Bills are kind of in one of those no-win spots yet again. I'll explain. It's coming up here on WGR. And here are the Sabres off to a Jeremy Whitehair start. I don't know what I want to say about it. There's a thing that happens when you talk about the Sabres, I think. If you are someone that watches the Sabres, maybe you have this same experience that I do, which is every loss, you're just like, all right, really though, what are we doing? Come on. What are we really doing here? This team, which was going to be more defensively responsible, and they don't have any trouble scoring, right? What are you worried about? Trading away Peterka is trading away some goals. It's not the only thing, of course, but trading away Peterka, and what they got back in the deal was they're going to be more defensively responsible, and scoring's not a problem. All right. Only one team in the East has fewer goals than the Sabres. And they got shut out last night by the Blues, who stink. They got shut up by the Blues, who stink, and also sat one of their best players and played a goalie that's who? What's his name? Who is he?
Joel Hofer.
Joel Hofer.
Had a sub-800 save percentage.
Excuse me. I think Hofer, Hofer, is an omen for this Hall of Famer. He's going to make it someday.
If he plays every game against the Sabres.
They got shut out by Joel Hofer, and their best players right now deliver nothing, the Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Dahlin, Tuck, what do you get from these players? Their best players right now deliver nothing, the Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Dahlin, Tuck, what do you get from these players?
Tage he's always been a little bit
slow start,
aloof to me in terms of as a hockey player all around. He's not the best in his own end, and there's he glides.
Are you saying he's an imperfect player?
Yeah, I'm going to say he's an imperfect player. But what we have seen in these last few games, and really to start the season from him, is a completely disengaged player who just looks disconnected from what's happening on the ice. And he is supremely talented, and he is their best chance to have some sort of offensive firepower with all the injuries they have and the struggles with, the rest of the lineup. But when you've got him floating around the ice, just not really looking like he's that into the game and making really poor puck decisions, just floating pucks on net, giving it away on the wall, like, you're not surviving with what they've got if he's looking like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. And then he's also, that is just the offensive stuff that you need from him. He's always going to hurt you a little bit defensively because he is just always on the wrong side of the puck. It's really tough to see another guy that is more just unaware of how to muddy up another team attacking. He just floats at the puck, dives in, and then he's behind the play.
Mm-hmm.
And it does not look good for him right now. And they need it to be great from him right now if they want to survive.
The Bills take on the Dolphins this Sunday with a kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We saw a spike on the injury report earlier this week where many players did not practice on Wednesday. The updated report shows a few of those players did, in fact, come around. Jordan Phillips with a wrist injury was a full participant in practice, along with Terrell Bernard dealing with an ankle injury. Joey Bosa, wrist injury. James Cook with an ankle injury. Taron Johnson with a groin injury. Daquan Jones dealing with a calf injury. And Joshua Palmer with a knee and ankle injury were all limited participants in yesterday's practice. Christian Benford with a groin injury. AJ Epinesa dealing with a concussion. Sam Franklin with an illness. And Shaq Thompson dealing with a hamstring injury did not practice yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm injury report. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres were shut out last night by the St. Louis Blues 3-0. They outshot St. Louis 28-17, but were unable to slip anything past goaltender Joel Hofer. Paul Hamilton has more on the loss up on our website, WGR550.com, and he will join the Jeremy and Joe show in just a few moments here. Around the NFL, The Broncos outlast the Raiders in a rough game on Thursday Night Football, 10-7. Bo Nix threw 2 interceptions, and Geno Smith tallied 1 on the night. Geno Smith left the game with a quad contusion. In other news, Antonio Brown was apprehended by authorities in Dubai and arrested on attempted murder charges. The arrest relates to a shooting at a celebrity boxing event in Miami back in May. Brown is reportedly being held in New Jersey and will be transported to Florida at an as-yet unreleased date. It is unknown why he was taken to New Jersey first, and is also reportedly unclear as to whether Brown has an attorney or not. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
We'll get Paul Hamilton in here. It's a football Friday. Take your calls on Bills Dolphins, of course, and start to prep for a Sunday 1 o'clock affair that Bills Mafia will probably take over that stadium. And, plenty to get to. Chris Brown at 8 o'clock, Alan Pupar on the Dolphins at 7:30, and Sal checking in as well. Going to move Sal to 8:30. Sal, if you're listening, you're moved to 8:30. I'm going to text him that, too. 803-0550 if you want to jump in. And we'll also check in with Paul Hamilton on last night's game between the Sabres and the Blues. It's Miami week. Paul, have you been to a Bills-Dolphins game in your life? How many?
Oh, yeah.
In Miami.
Yes.
Yeah? How many? 1 or 2? 5, 10?
Because for a while, I covered the Bills, so but more than once I've been down there. Yeah, a couple of times.
It's always a good time, I went to the Elbow Room's website to watch I was looking for Joe on webcams because they've got a webcam that kind of just streams the whole time as people walk in, and you can see that place get taken over by Bills fans over the course of a full weekend. I did not see Joe. So if anybody sees Joe on the webcam, go ahead and send it to me. It should be a good time down there.
Every time I've been there, it's basically been Bills fans.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's takeover. It usually is. So Football Friday, we'll get back to Bills and Dolphins in a bit. But Paul, the Sabres last night, they fall to the St. Louis Blues, who had played on a back-to-back, who had benched one of their best players. And the Sabres, if you want to say they got goalied, maybe they did in reverse. Luukkonen was not strong. To me, it's I don't know, Paul. We could take moral victories about how they looked and how they outchanced other teams. But, man, I've got 2 losses to Boston, a loss to St. Louis, and the basement spot in the Eastern Conference belongs to Buffalo yet again.
Yeah, they got goalied by a guy who basically had the worst numbers as a goalie in the NHL this year. He came in with a 5.02 goals against and an .859 save percentage. And then right off the bat, they had some chances, and he... I don't know if they were just shooting it at him or if he really did have a really good game or what it was. But, they just, now that's, in 2 games they have 1 goal. And it's gotten goalie 2 games in a row now. So I think part of it is what they're doing. And part of it is, goaltenders are coming up. Now, I kind of knew the Blues were going to be, even though it was back-to-back, they were just awful against the Caps. And, athletes do have some pride. And then a guy who is your best goal scorer gets put in the stands because he hasn't been good enough. And so the coach benches him, and he's not in the lineup. The guy that they put in the lineup for him was in on all 3 goals for the Blues, scored one of them, and a couple of assists. But the Sabres did, you look at the shot attempts, 60, St. Louis at 38. You did see a Blues team that was desperate to block shots. They had 19 of them in the game, so a team that should have been really tired and was the second worst team in the National Hockey League, have had the worst goaltending in the National Hockey League, comes up big and comes in and wins. Now, the Sabres had been 5-0-2 in their last 7 at home, so that's their first regulation and loss for a while at home. But the problem is, it's only their second regulation loss in 11 games, but they were just basically keeping their head above water. Mm-hmm. By doing all this and playing the way they were because everybody in the East was doing well. So, now you've lost that game. Okay, it's again they're 5-1-2 in their last 8 at home, which isn't bad. That's fine. But look what's coming up.
Carolina.
Yeah, they're 0-2 on the road, 0-2 on the road. So, okay, now let's go to Carolina, Utah, Colorado, and Detroit on a 4-game road trip.
Yep.
Great. And I hate to say this because I've watched it happen before. With as close as the standings are, they go to Carolina, Utah, and Colorado. There's a pretty good chance they're going 0-3 there, and that makes them 0-4 in their last 4. And 0-4-1. Where are they going to be in the standings if that happens? If they go to Carolina, Utah, and Colorado, 3 places they don't do well in, and against 3 really, really good teams, what happens if you go 0-4 or 1-3? Where are you going to be now?
Right. Yeah, Paul, I mean, the season's far from over, of course, but they've got injuries, and they need some of these players back. We were talking about it in the opening segment, and Owen kind of mentioned he thinks Tage just kind of looks a little bit disengaged. I wonder if you agree, or, we talked about it earlier this week maybe. Sometimes he's a slow starter, but, he's really what they've got out there, and, with Benson battling an injury, and Norris, and Kulik, and Zucker, like I'm pretty thin, and I need either to be Tage or Tuck in a game like that.
I thought he was getting going against Toronto. He got 3 goals in 2 games. Well, he only has 2 other goals, and other than those 3. And I don't think it was fair what Lindy Ruff did to start that game. Ostlund, Roseanne, and Tage Thompson, they never played together before. They never had a practice together. And boy, did they look like it. And Lindy Ruff let that go for 2 periods. That line was so far out of sync. I mean, those were 2 guys that basically were like, oh, my God, I'm playing with Tage Thompson. Oh, wow, I'm playing with Tage Thompson. I better pass him the puck every time I get it. Where's Tage? Here, we got the puck. Where's Tage? Where is he? Oh, here. Let's pass it through 9 guys to try to get to Tage. There he is. All right, we'll go. Right. That's the way they played. That wasn't fair to any of them. And to let that go for 2 periods, I mean, it was just way over what Ostlund and Roseanne could handle. And if that was what you had in mind, why didn't you at least do it in a practice or something like that? Because it certainly didn't. And not only didn't it work, I was shocked that Lindy Ruff let it go for 40 minutes because I'm just watching it happen going, and, I'm not really going to jump on Tage about that. I mean, it just he was with 2 guys who were basically from Rochester, who were basically rookies who were trying to make a name for themselves, and they weren't up for that right there then and there. They, as I said, they were totally deferring everything to Tage Thompson, and it just wasn't working at all.
Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline. Paul, to talk before we finish out here. I had this thought, of course, last night, maybe I have it a lot, that trading Tuck at the deadline feels more and more likely as they, kind of flounder here. How do you feel about his game, and is that something that Sabres fans should maybe start to come to grips with, the idea that they would move him if they don't have a deal in place by then? Because it sure seems like things are really quiet there right now.
Yeah, he's had some great opportunities, including this game. I mean, they, of course, took their stupid penalty in the 3rd period, and right at the end of that penalty, he gets a 2-on-1. Here he comes. And Falk was the defenseman for St. Louis, one of the better defensemen in the NHL in his prime. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. He took the pass away. There was no way that pass was coming and getting to Samuelsson. And Tuck decides to pass the puck. Who would you rather have shoot the puck on a 2-on-1? The guy who scored 36 goals last year, or the guy who has 9 in his career in over 200 NHL games? And the pass he could have made that pass 100 times. It wasn't getting there in any of the 100 times. Falk had taken it away. It was the typical leave the shooter for the goalie, and you make sure you take the pass away. That's exactly what he did. And Tuck tried to force it through anyway instead of shooting the puck. And I'm sorry, I want the guy who scores 36 goals to shoot that puck 100 times out of 100. I never, ever, ever, ever want him to pass that. And it was just, and Tuck had some great opportunities in there. Tuck had some great opportunities last game against Utah on a 3-on-1. He was at the end of the 3-on-1. They had set him up perfectly with the wide open net. He missed the net in the third period, and then he was robbed in overtime right before the overtime goal was scored. Had a great chance, which is what they kind of do in overtime. Their better players get the good chances, and then the other team comes down and scores. And quite honestly, I think they play the overtime the way they should. I mean, they should go for it. That's what overtime's for. They should go for it and try to get that extra point. But when you're getting stymied every time and your best players are getting stymied, well, yeah, as Lindy Ruff said, you're going to give up a great big chance the other way. And sure you are, but your best players should be coming through for you, because they're getting that opportunity. And they've left maybe 2-3 points on the table because their best players haven't come through in overtime.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline as we chat about the Sabres game last night. They lost to the Blues 3-0. And Paul, finally in net, Luukkonen, the path forward for him here and for what they should do in net. Of course, like Alex Lyon has earned the number one spot. Can they count on Luukkonen to be number two?
Yeah, well, if he plays like he did the other night, yeah. Last night, I mean, yeah, he only gave up 2 goals. You still should be able to win the hockey game. The first goal is again, they had just missed a phenomenal opportunity. Quinn made a great play to Doan on the power play in front. Doan's right there. Hoffer somehow makes a great save. Then Quinn turns the puck over right away, turns into a breakaway, but you don't get a big save, And that is not an easy save. You hear me say that all the time. But teams that win the Stanley Cup, their goalie makes a big save there for them and bails their player out. And he didn't. And then the second goal he'd want back. It was just a shot from the left circle. It wasn't screened, and he missed it. And it went in. So, how does that game change if Doan happens to score on that power play so there isn't even a turnover to be had for the other team, and you take the 1-0 lead there? Who knows? I mean, how much different is that hockey game if all that one play just turns around and doesn't turn into what would have been a 1-0 lead, turns into a 1-0 deficit, and now you're on the other side. But as I said, at the end of the day, even though Luukkonen, you want to save on the breakaway, you need a save on the second goal, but at the end of the day, he only gave up 2, and that should be good enough to win a hockey game.
Paul Hamilton. Paul, it's a road trip now. We'll do Eye on the Blue and Gold, which is brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We protect your business. You don't have to. Great Lakes Building Systems. So 4-game trip, Carolina, Utah, Colorado, and Detroit. And the first trip away, are we close to Lindy saying, like, maybe it's good to get away, kind of find themselves here because it looks like an opportunity, possibly?
Well, as I said, they were 5-0-2 at home.
Right.
So, yeah, it wasn't like they were floundering or anything like that. They had one regulation loss in 10 games. So, yeah, no, I wouldn't sit there and say it's good to get away, especially going to these places. Now, Colorado last year, I'll bring it up again, they had a 3-0 lead in Colorado.
Right.
It wasn't the 4-0 lead they had in Buffalo, but they had a 3-0 lead in Colorado, and they did get a point out of the game, which they normally don't get when they're there, but they didn't win it. They played Utah even with all the injuries, and still, through it all, you played a bad Blues team and you didn't play well. But still, you're still missing Norris, you're still missing Benson, you're still missing Zucker, you're still missing, Kulik. You're still missing a lot of really, really good players. Now, you might be able to get 2 of those back Saturday. they're eligible to come off of IR. So Kulich and Zucker might be ready, because one was ill and the other had, fluid in the ear. So we'll see where they are, and they certainly would be welcome to additions back because, part of Thompson's problem is two of his guys are gone. I mean, Norris and Benson, two people that he was planning on playing with. Now, he also is a guy who can score 45 goals, and he should be able to play with guys other than Norris and Benson. But those are enormous losses, and then you add Zucker and Kulich to that. Well, I don't know how many teams you're going to beat in the National Hockey League taking all those guys out of your lineup.
Yeah. Paul, we could be I don't want to say it. Like, feels like it's always on a razor's edge that couple losses here and people are going to go ahead and call this thing, because of the way the conference has gone. They're not out of anything yet, but they've not played. They've not gotten the results to be in it. And here I've got Detroit and other teams that even Pittsburgh. I don't know how surprised people are about Pittsburgh. They're older than dirt, and they're here in second in the Atlantic. Like, everybody else seems to have these, surprise starts, and the Sabres, we want to give them a little bit of credit for all these overtime losses and these overtime points that they've learned.
I'll give them credit to have one regulation loss in 10 games.
Sure, but if I could make a comparison here, it's like you only have one bogey in your last 10 holes, but everybody else has birdies and you've got none. Like, you got to keep pace, So it's
that's the thing. All they did is keep pace. Can you imagine if they played 580 hockey, which isn't too bad in that time?
Yeah.
They'd be trailing the whole thing, and looking up at everybody. Which actually, if you go with tiebreakers, they are right now. They are dead last. They're tied for last in points. There's a bunch of people with the same amount of points, but tiebreakers put them in the bottom. But that's the thing that is crazy is they got nowhere with a pretty good points percentage, and now they got to go into some arenas they're not good in and figure out how to get themselves some points.
Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance courtesy of Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Paul Hamilton. Sabres next play tomorrow in Carolina, which is another road trip I've made. Bills, Dolphins. I've been to Miami. I've been to Carolina. Look at next year's Bills schedule. We'll get to that in a little bit because I gotta get to a Bills road game. I haven't been to a Bills road game in a decade, which is embarrassing. It's terrible.
I believe they're in Vegas next year.
They are in Vegas. Last time they're in Vegas, it was the pandemic and people didn't really go. So Vegas next year could be good, right? Go play the Raiders. Expect to get a win there. 803-0550 on Bills Dolphins on the Sabres if you want as well. Paul in Buffalo. Hey, Paul. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Here we are in our familiar place, the basement of the Atlantic Division. And I have reached a familiar place because if your name isn't Darlene or Benson, and this is not just for the team, for the entire friggin' organization, I want you gone. Burn it down. This build is done. We have our best centerman playing wing, and he's so lazy as a winger. That was one of the reasons he was moved to center by Don Granato, who, oh, my God, I'm so sorry that I ever wanted Don Granato fired. I was a fool. I thought Don Granato moved Jeff Skinner off the first line. And incidentally, like I've said for almost 2 years, we haven't had a first line since Jeff Skinner was on it. And the dumb GM, the unqualified guy who only has a job because he likes firing people in a pandemic, he had Jeff Skinner moved off the first line, and we haven't had a first line since. And our best center is playing wing because our dinosaur coach doesn't know what the hell he's doing. This team, everybody thought the power play was fixed. Take out the Ottawa game, take out the Florida Panther game. This power play is dreadful. They look just like they have for the last 2 years since Don Granato was shipped out. The last time we had a good power play, Don Granato was coaching it. This power play is awful. What is Seth Appert hired to do, Jeremy? He's been here 2 years just to fix the power play in special team situations.
Yep.
What else do we suck at? We suck at 6 and 5. It's another Seth Appert special. Seth Appert isn't qualified to coach a junior varsity high school hockey team. He shouldn't have a job either. This is horrendous. And guess who's playing their way off Team USA? Tage Thompson, the lazy winger, and Alex Tuck, who doesn't know what the hell he's doing this year. He's passing to Matthias Samuelsson on a 2-on-1. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And Rasmus Dahlin is continuing his streak. He's now at 18 games in a row, not having recorded a plus. Buddy, if your head is in Europe, go to Europe. Take a leave of absence. Otherwise, realize your refuge is the ice. That's the only place you can control your life, Dahlin, is on the ice. So, goddamn it.
All right, Paul, easy. I was about to give you Seth Eppert's power play stats on when he was at RPI, but I think I'll just leave it there. Because Chris Ostrander, who covers, Sabres 2 in the box, had that on their power play. I told you, Owen, like I said, they lost a Thursday game to the Blues. How far do I want to go? And it's all very familiar. It's not that different than the Bills have the same season they always have, and people say, why are you freaking out about the passing games?
Exactly.
Because what we're seeing is the same season, and we hope there's a different outcome. For the Sabres, we're seeing a lot of the same stuff, and we're hoping for a different outcome.
Right.
So
should in a vacuum, should they be booed off the ice last night if that's just a normal
right.
in and out of the playoffs team? No.
Context matters,
but exactly. You can't remove the context of 14 years of this and seeing the same things.
Well, listen, 4 regulation wins in 14 games,
it's tough.
Gavin McKenna. I'm having to start saying his name a little more often. Maybe I'll go see him. He plays at Penn State.
Look up some highlights from last year.
Okay.
It's pretty hot.
And they're not going to get to the bottom because I think there's 4 teams from the West that are going to be
Calgary
locked in.
Calgary
is locked in at the bottom.
San Jose is going to be deep down there.
Right,
too,
15
probably.
games into the season. I look forward to San Jose's inevitable dominance of the sport after 4 to 5 years at the bottom, which is what the sport is built to give you. That a lot of teams that do that ultimately get. 803-0550. Okay, Alan Poupar, who covers the Dolphins on another team that's kind of fallen on some hard times. They fired their GM, and, here we are. Bills-Dolphins yet again. Let's see if the Bills can get the job done, look good in the process. They've had some pretty convincing wins against Miami in the past. They've also had some close games. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR.
Sabres had been 5-0-2 in their last 7 at home, so that's their first regulation loss for a while at home. But the problem is, it's only their second regulation loss in 11 games, but they were just basically keeping their head above water, by doing all this and playing the way they were because everybody in the East was doing well. So, now you've lost that game. Okay, it's again they're 5-1-2 in their last 8 at home, which isn't bad. That's fine, but look what's coming up.
Carolina.
Yeah, they're 0-2 on the road, 0-2 on the road. So okay, now let's go to Carolina, Utah, Colorado, and Detroit on a 4-game road trip.
Yep.
Great. And I hate to say this. because I've watched it happen before. With as close as the standings are, they go to Carolina, Utah, and Colorado. There's a pretty good chance they're going 0-3 there, and that makes them 0-4 in their last four, and 0-4-1. Where are they going to be in the standings if that happens? If they go to Carolina, Utah, and Colorado, three places they don't do well in, and against three really, really good teams, what happens if you go 0-4 or 1-3? Where are you going to be now?
Right. And here are the Sabres off to a start. I don't know what I want to say about it. There's a thing that happens when you talk about the Sabres, I think. If you are someone that watches the Sabres, maybe you have this same experience that I do, which is every loss, you're just like, all right, really though, what are we doing? What come on. What are we really doing here? This team, which was going to be more defensively responsible, and they don't have any trouble scoring, right? What are you worried about? Trading away Peterka is trading away some goals. It's not the only thing, of course, but trading away Peterka, and what they got back in the deal was they're going to be more defensively responsible, and scoring's not a problem. All right. Only one team in the East has fewer goals than the Sabres. And they got shut out last night by the Blues, who stink. They got shut out by the Blues, who stink, and also sat one of their best players and played a goalie that's who? What's his name? Who is he?
Joel Hofer.
Joel Hofer. Which
had a sub 800 save percentage.
Excuse me. I think Hofer, Hofer, is an omen for this Hall of Famer. He's going to make it someday.
If he plays every game against the Sabres.
They got shut out by Joel Hofer, and their best players right now deliver nothing, the Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Dahlin, Tuck, what do you get from these players?
The Bills gearing up for their kickoff at 1 o'clock against the Miami Dolphins this Sunday. We saw a spike on the injury report this week where many players did not practice on Wednesday. The updated report from yesterday shows few of those players did in fact come around. Jordan Phillips with a wrist injury was a full participant in practice along with Terrell Bernard dealing with an ankle injury. Joey Bosa with a wrist injury. James Cook with an ankle injury. Taron Johnson with a groin injury. Daquan Jones with a calf injury. And Joshua Palmer with a knee and ankle injury were all limited participants in yesterday's practice. Christian Benford with a groin injury. AJ Epinesa still dealing with a concussion. Sam Franklin with an illness. And Shaq Thompson with a hamstring injury did not practice yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm injury report. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres were shut out last night by the St. Louis Blues 3-0. They outshot St. Louis 28-17, but were unable to slip anything past goaltender Joel Hofer. Paul Hamilton has more on the loss up on our website, WGR550.com. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, football. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Think about the Miami Dolphins here. You're in a division, as you mentioned. Josh Allen is in Buffalo. Drake May is in New England. The New York Jets are going to be getting a quarterback, a high-profile quarterback, in the next 2 years, whether it's the draft class of 26 or 27 or both. And Miami has Tua down there. At some point in time, we all expect them to be searching for a new quarterback. So they are, right now, in the most challenging position of all those teams, which could lead in the offseason to the Dolphins being more aggressive and more willing to listen to trades revolving around their players to get as much draft capital as a team like the New York Jets now have.
Adam Schefter on the spot. The Dolphins are in. It's, of course, Bills-Dolphins this week. It is a football Friday. Brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. Joining us on the Western Hotline is Alan Poupar, who covers the Miami Dolphins. Alan, good morning. Thanks very much. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today, so just me, Jeremy. Alan, what's the plan for the Dolphins in the next 10 weeks here, right? Like to close out, to finish out the season, having fired the GM, what are Dolphins fans or the Dolphins hoping to learn about what they have?
Oh, I'm glad you restricted. First of all, good morning. I'm glad you changed it to just the Dolphins themselves, because the fans want losses. They want losses, to get as high a draft pick as possible in the 2026 draft, and there's also a good portion of them who want to make sure there's no chance the head coach returns next season. For the organization, I think the fact that they kept Mike McDaniel as head coach when they moved on from Chris Greer as GM, the fact that they traded only Jalen Phillips ahead of the trading deadline when they had offers for several other players, and they're clearly not making the playoffs, kind of suggests to you and I and everybody that maybe they want to push this to the limit with the current group they have before they make the decision to blow it all up. And I think they want to see how many games can they win out of their last game, how competitive can they be, reassess everything. And even in the statement that the Dolphins released from Stephen Ross when they moved on from Chris Greer, the GM, he was talking about working towards our vision for the future, with the implication being they don't quite know yet exactly how it is they want to proceed. So I heard the clip you just played with Adam Schefter. I'm not so sure it's necessarily locked in place or locked in stone that the Dolphins are going to blow it up and move a lot of players next off season. And by a lot of players, I think Jalen Waddle is one who stands out.
How does the Tua timeline look here? You mentioned fans wanting to lose, wanting the coach out. What do they want to do with the quarterback?
With Tua, there's always two groups. He's got his group of supporters where he can do no wrong. It's everybody else's fault but him. And then you got the group of detractors where everything's his fault. They want him gone. And the reality is somewhere in the middle. And when any conversation with Tua always has to begin with a damn contract of his that the Dolphins gave him in 2024 after his one fully healthy season. Right now he's on track for a second fully healthy season. But 2023 was his first one. The Dolphins gave him a big contract, which kind of sort of tied him to them and them to him for 3 years, the last one being 2026. And it's really hard to get away from that $54 million guaranteed contract and the cap hit of $99 million if you move on from him, which can be all absorbed in 2026, spread out 67-32 over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And the idea of being able to trade him because of signing bonus money, it's the team that acquires him is not taking on the full $56 million in cap commitment for next year, but it's going to be north of $40 million. And for a quarterback that the Dolphins want to move on from because he's underperforming and there's also the injury concerns, I have a hard time believing that there's going to be a market for him. So
right.
My best guess is he's back on the team in 26.
So maybe back on the team in 26, the team maybe keeping the coach for 26 and maybe trying to see if they can string it together. And with the Bills, of course, always here, and the Bills have been the measuring stick for Miami, trying to get on top of the Bills in the division. They've not been able to do it. Do you think that New England changes the math for them? Are they taking the Patriots and what the Patriots have built seriously? Because as you mentioned it there about what the fans want, the Jets are, and this is what Adam Schefter mentioned, the Jets are boldly moving to the future, the maybe long-term future. And here's Miami. Do you think what they've got is a good idea? Has the coach shown enough to maybe pull it out and deserve another season to go in with a different GM in charge?
It's been his fourth year now, and get this, if he lasts through the season, Mike McDaniel will become the first Dolphin head coach to make it through 4 full seasons since Dave Wanstead back in the early 2000s. Should he get another shot? Again, the roster is flawed. That's pretty obvious. But you look at the Dolphins on the field throughout the season, doesn't necessarily scream like this is a well-coached team. And at some point, you got to come to the realization maybe Mike McDaniel's got out to be a great offensive coordinator because nobody's going to debate his offensive mind, but maybe he's not necessarily cut out to be a great head coach.
Yeah.
Having said that, because you're kind of locked into Tua, unless you're willing to absorb some pain and take a couple of steps back, Mike McDaniel is the one who kind of maxed out what Tua could be as an NFL quarterback in that 22-23 season. Stephen Ross is very, very loyal, and part of his failings as an owner is he stays loyal too long to people from whom he should move on earlier. So to answer your question, sorry, in a roundabout way, no, probably the Dolphins should make a coaching change. Will they? Not sure.
Alan Poupart joining us on the Western Hotline talking about the Dolphins. Do you give them a puncher's chance this week against the Bills?
Oh, that's like Glass Joe against Mike Tyson, if you remember the old video game.
Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing, though. You look back to the Week 3 game, Dolphins were right there with the Bills,
That's
and
right.
they're driving. It's 28-21. And not only that, even before the late interception, it's 21-21. The Dolphins defense has gotten 3 straight stops. They're about to get the ball back. 21-21, like halfway through the fourth quarter, and then Zach Sealer has that unfortunate / ill-advised / stupid roughing the punter penalty. So they hung with them, but the Dolphins kind of have fallen a little bit from that time, which was their 3rd straight loss. The thing with the Dolphins is right now they're not equipped to overcome adversity during a game.
Right.
If they get off to a very, very quick start with a couple of quick breaks early on, they can make it again and they would have a puncher's chance. If they fall behind early or have an early setback, right now this is a team that's got a very fragile psyche. So it could get ugly very, very quickly, or if the Dolphins get, say, turnover, an early turnover, I would give them a puncher's chance, but it's not much of one.
Yeah. Thanks, Alan, for the time, and enjoy the game this weekend.
Thanks, Jeremy.
All right, Alan Poupart, publisher of Miami Dolphins on SI, and talking to us about Miami. One thing I saw yesterday, Jalen Phillips, who they traded the Eagles. So I saw this, and I thought about the Sabres, and I'll explain why. He's in the locker room. Jalen Phillips is dressed. He's in his Eagles gear, and the clip that goes around is Phillips saying something that we've thought maybe about players that have left the Sabres, but I don't know that anyone has said it as clearly. And this is a point to be how down a Dolphins fan should probably feel. The Dolphins are down so bad right now as an organization. They fired their coach. They're on the hook for Tua. Here's Alan saying that maybe they're going to kind of ride this thing out and maybe try for one more kick at the can next year with this coach and with this build. And who knows what that means for their offseason. We've seen the Sabres be bad, and their star players leave, and their star players flourish, and we think, wow, that guy got out, and good for him, I guess. He was probably upset here. Jalen Phillips in Philadelphia yesterday called the trade to Philadelphia probably the best thing that's ever happened to him in his life. Which, it's not a direct shot at Miami, but it's probably the closest thing you can get. The best thing that's happened in your life, not getting drafted, but getting traded away from Miami. Ouch. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me in my life. Jalen Phillips, 3rd-round pick. Good for the Eagles. 803-0550. Boy, for Miami, I mean, maybe it's probably a conversation for another day about the Sabres here, but why shouldn't the Sabres do what the Jets just did right now?
Because
the Jets, the parallels are so good too. The Jets have the longest playoff drought in the world in the major sports, and they're only ahead of the Sabres because the season is earlier. They're tied, and the Jets just looked at what they have and said, like,
I think
blow it up.
The difference there
is that draft picks can come in and contribute pretty quickly.
That and football is a sport where you are required to have a guy at a position,
one
quarterback, that dictates whether you can be good or not.
That's right. And if you don't have that, you might as well give it all away until you find somebody at least adequate.
Exactly. And in hockey, you are far closer to making a run with, less good or great or elite players because it's a more random game.
You would think.
Yeah.
Right. Think.
But I think that's your answer there is quarterback. They don't have a quarterback.
No,
AKA they're dead. The Sabres can play hockey, so they're not dead.
Yeah.
Basically.
We sure?
In theory. I think that's what your what your GM would tell you.
I know.
But I hear you. I think this road trip, I think, is the season. That's what I think.
Oh, for sure, the season.
If you go on this road trip and, like Paul said, you go 0-4, 1-3, and you're in the basement because everybody else is probably winning. You're playing all Western Conference teams.
Yeah.
You are at that point.
What are we talking about, Brendan Shanahan? Louder?
I would, I would be banging the drum.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Robbie and Charlotte, make sure you hang on. I'm very eager to hear what you have to say, and I think our listeners would be as well. So let's get to that call next. Chris Brown, top of the hour. It is a Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car Crash, call Salino. Call the 8s and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Just saw something that I'd asked you guys if you'd seen this. Maybe people in the chat have on the YouTube stream. Did you see what the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50 went for? No, good.
Did not.
I gotta think it's massive.
Yeah.
For Game 7.
Right. Massive. What did it go for? What do you think? What do you think you would describe a 50-50 as massive? What's that number?
Oh man.
Right.
Game 7. Baseball, so it's a big stadium.
Yep.
Right. And it was...
You got to think, how much are the tickets just to get in that building?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're paying $4,000 to sit in there.
But at that point, what's another 50-50?
There's big spenders in there.
There's heavy hitters, making their way around.
I like that process.
So, So with the Sabres was like 15,000 last night.
Right. The Sabres sometimes will have a guaranteed 50,000 in a game like that.
Right.
Sometimes I feel like Bills games might get up to 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it was the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50. It was the winner's take home.
So winner take home. So
you can do whatever you want. You could because
let's just go total number.
The number, all right. The total number where
yes,
they split it in half. Half goes to the Jays Foundation. Half goes to a winner. The total number for the Jays Dodgers Game 7 50-50. What do you got? What do you think it was?
I'm gonna say it was $15 million.
I was gonna go about 18 to 20 million. 18, I'll say.
All right, those are good guesses. Higher.
That's absurd.
25?
Higher.
Whoa.
Come on. 30?
Higher.
40.
Higher.
We have a $60 million.
50.
Wow.
50.
$50 million.
Lord.
50-50.
Walk home with $25 million. That's crazy.
$25 million. And in this article I'm reading at thebiglead.com, I also, I guess I didn't know this. I don't know if this is just true of Canada, if it's true of everywhere, but it's the number you take home, it's tax-free.
Oh,
what? Because the 50-50 is a donation to charity.
Right.
So
it gets a workaround.
You get it tax-free. That's what this article says.
Dude.
$25 million tax-free.
$25 million tax-free, which, by the way, the article of The Big Lead points out means that you took home more at Game 7 than Vlad Guerrero did for the year.
The trade deadline's hard because you're trying to be, what is the fit? What is their mental capacity? You know, you see talented players that have been in systems for years and it took them a little time to get going, but now they're rolling. But that doesn't mean you can drop them right in your system and they pick up right kind of where they left off.
Bills GM Brandon Beane, part of his comments from earlier this week on the deadline. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today, and we're hanging out with you on a Football Friday. We'll get a call in here. Robbie in Charlotte is up. Hey, Robbie, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy. Man, I'll tell you, I've really come around on you as opposed to some other opinions as of late. First off, my boys and I lost money on the trade deadline. I won't say how much, but my boy Alex, we had a prop bet of one or more trades happening, and he let's just say he lost the bed sheets, buddy. He has no bed sheets anymore. I don't get it. I don't get what the hope is. Like, what's the hope that comes from Bean after losing Oliver and losing Hoyt? And man, I want to win a Super Bowl, and I'm willing to eat crow. But what I do not understand, and I've been waiting for days after the trade deadline, and I don't see it. I don't understand who the replacement is supposed to be for Hoyt and Oliver, that Bean felt like his picks were so important for the future that we couldn't spend a little bit more than maybe he was comfortable with.
Yeah.
I don't get it, Jeremy. I don't get it. And it's frustrating because I think Bean and his mentality of for the future, good enough. And look, I don't want to be irresponsible. I don't want to be the New Orleans Saints, but I don't get this future mentality that is eventually what I think going to turn us into the Buffalo Sabres of good enough mediocrity. I don't get it.
Thanks, Robbie. I mean, yeah, there's a couple possible scenarios. Bean's idea that they want to be about the future, don't do too much right now, that possibly could come from his boss. It's possible, right? Not every GM is going to make every single decision that they want to. GMs get fired by owners. So that's what happened in Miami. Chris Greer might have had plans, and the owner says, well, I don't want you running my show anymore. And the owner could say, I don't want to give up picks. I don't want you to give up picks. I like our team. I think we have a good chance. It could come from the owner. Could, maybe not. Do the Bills feel burned by previous trades like the Cooper trade or the Diggs trade or the Vaughn contract? They've taken some swings, and some have worked and some have not. So there could be some context there. The point about Hoyt and Oliver both being on, Oliver could return, but we're going to see Landon Jackson maybe this week, their third-round pick, and that he's not even been able to get on the field. He's played 28 snaps this year. He's been inactive. Maybe he gets a look Sunday against Miami. Obviously that's not going all that well. Maybe it's Javon Solomon. It's a group that I don't think I'll tell you this a million times. Even before Michael Hoyt showed up, I did not think they have a problem rushing the passer. I think their bigger problems were in the secondary, and to me, that looks shored up. Hairston has shown a lot of promise, and Cole Bishop just played his best game. So if I'm feeling better about the Bills, it's because I think that their secondary might actually be up to it now, whereas I thought that was their biggest problem, more so than pass rush, even though they spent so much overhaul in their defensive front. So I asked the question yesterday, and I'm still waiting for the correct answer if there is an answer. Find me a good team that, finger quotes, mortgage the future, and it really cost them. The idea that's part of what I get to about why these other teams, this is true of New England, Kansas City, Buffalo, Denver, the Chargers, but really Kansas City and Buffalo more than any others. And, Baltimore did make trades. What are you afraid of? What would it even look like if the Bills gave away – I almost want to think about the Patriots here. For the dynasty Patriots were penalized first-round picks. They had them stripped because of controversy. Did that kill them? They didn't give those up for players. They got them stripped. They're fine. That's fine. They had massive busts in the first round. The Chiefs had a first-round selection on Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who was giving them absolutely nothing. Did that, sink their franchise? Sometimes I think these first-round picks are talked about as very important lifeblood of the organization, and sometimes that's true. Other times you miss on that pick, and you're like, well, sometimes that happens. All right. If you can give up a first for a guaranteed player, you might want to think about doing it every year. The problem is, of course, that's where the cap comes in. So I was disappointed. I think the GM was disappointed, and I wonder, I really do, if the desire to be good over time instead of gamble comes from above. And sometimes these two teams have talked like this. Terry Pegula talked about winning Stanley Cups before one. He was talking about sustained success. Sometimes Kevin Adams has talked about sustained success. And, you don't get to sustain success, especially the Sabres, until you actually have it. How about having it once? So I don't know if that answers your question, Robbie. I think the Bills can, of course, still win the Super Bowl. They'd have to overcome their flaws. 803-0550 to join us. Chris Brown, when we get back for Football Friday, we'll get his thoughts on this Bills-Dolphins matchup and the deadline that didn't really bring much for the contenders. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. And Paul, finally in net, Luukkonen, the path forward for him here and for what they should do in net. Of course, like Alex Lyon has earned the number 1 spot. Can they count on Luukkonen to be number 2?
Yeah, well, if he plays like he did the other night, yeah. Last night, I mean, yeah, he only gave up 2 goals. You still should be able to win the hockey game. The first goal is again, they had just missed a phenomenal opportunity. Quinn made a great play to Doan on the power play in front. Doan's right there. Hoffer somehow makes a great save. Then Quinn turns the puck over right away, turns into a breakaway, but you don't get a big save, And that is not an easy save. You hear me say that all the time. But teams that win the Stanley Cup, their goalie makes a big save there for them and bails their player out. And he didn't. And then the second goal, he'd want back. It was just a shot from the left circle. It wasn't screened, and he missed it. And it went in. So, how does that game change if Doan happens to score on that power play so there isn't even a turnover to be had for the other team, and you take the 1-0 lead there? Who knows? I mean, how much different is that hockey game if all that one play just turns around and doesn't turn into what would have been a 1-0 lead, turns into a 1-0 deficit, and now you're on the other side. But as I said, at the end of the day, even though Luukkonen, you want to save on the breakaway, you need a save on the second goal, but at the end of the day, he only gave up 2, and that should be good enough to win a hockey game. Sabres had been 5-0-2 in their last 7 at home, so that's their first regulation loss for a while at home. But the problem is, it's only their second regulation loss in 11 games, but they were just basically keeping their head above water, by doing all this and playing the way they were because everybody in the East was doing well. So, now you've lost that game. Okay, it's again they're 5-1-2 in their last 8 at home, which isn't bad. That's fine. But look what's coming up.
Carolina.
Yeah, they're 0-2 on the road, 0-2 on the road. So, okay, now let's go to Carolina, Utah, Colorado, and Detroit on a 4-game road trip.
Yep.
Great. And I hate to say this because I've watched it happen before. With as close as the standings are, they go to Carolina, Utah, and Colorado. There's a pretty good chance they're going 0-3 there, and that makes them 0-4 in their last 4. And 0-4-1. Where are they going to be in the standings if that happens? If they go to Carolina, Utah, and Colorado, 3 places they don't do well in, and against 3 really, really good teams, what happens if you go 0-4 or 1-3? Where are you going to be now?
Right.
The Bills gearing up to take on the Dolphins this Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We saw a spike on the injury report earlier this week where many players did not practice on Wednesday. The updated report showed that a few of those players did in fact come around. Jordan Phillips with a wrist injury was a full participant in practice along with Terrell Bernard, who's been dealing with an ankle injury. Joey Bosa with a wrist injury, James Cook with an ankle injury, Taron Johnson with a groin injury, Daquan Jones dealing with a calf injury, and Joshua Palmer with a knee and ankle injury were all limited in yesterday's practice. And Christian Benford with a groin injury, AJ Epinesa still dealing with a concussion, Sam Franklin with an illness, and Shaq Thompson with a hamstring injury did not practice yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm injury report. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres were shut out last night by the St. Louis Blues 3-0. They outshot St. Louis 28-17, but were unable to slip anything past goaltender Joel Hofer. Paul Hamilton has more on the loss up on our website, WGR550.com. Around the NFL, the Broncos outlasted the Raiders in a rough game on Thursday Night Football, 10-7. Bo Nix threw 2 interceptions, and Geno Smith tallied 1 on the night as well. Geno Smith did leave the game with a quad contusion. In other news, Antonio Brown was apprehended by authorities in Dubai and arrested on attempted murder charges. The arrest relates to a shooting at a celebrity boxing event in Miami back in May. That is your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Allen going to roll left, looking for someone in the end zone, and now Shovel passes it, complete to Jackson Hawes for his first career touchdown from 5 yards out.
Happened against the Dolphins, right? Jackson Hawes, not Landon Jackson. We'll get to Landon Jackson, who could see some action in this game. It is Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Joe's off today, and we've shuffled things a bit. Sal's coming up next segment. Chris Brown is with us now. His appearance on WGR brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. Chris, good morning. A trip to Miami in early November. Forecast 82. That sounds kind of nice.
It does sound nice. 87 is the forecast high, which will probably happen right around halftime. So you got to believe that the guys are hydrating, right? Yep, hydrating this week. And, you know, with the relative shorthanded nature of frontline players, especially on defense, guys are going to have to be hydrated if they got to play a lot of snaps. So hopefully the offense has some long, sustained drives to give the defense a break. And then we're coming home to apparently polar vortex temperatures on Monday.
That's right. Yeah, we're looking possibly at some snow situations on Monday in this area. Chris, the game, I refer to it as like the heat stroke game, the game that got so rough there a couple of years ago. What was the high that day? Do you remember? 87 feels like, I know that can get hot and can get hot in the sun, but it feels like that day the temperature was a lot higher. I was not there. How hot was it that day?
It was stupid hot. The humidity was, I think it was over 85%. And if you talk to any of the players that played in that game, that's what they will tell you. We actually had Mitch Morris on our show earlier this week, who obviously played in that game. And when he was referencing that game, he said when it was 1,000 degrees. Right. So it was just ridiculously oppressive. And then guys were dropping to injury and muscle fatigue and cramping. I still remember Tommy Doyle finished that game with the last 3 or 4 plays on a torn ACL. I think it was the last game he played for the Bills. So, that was bad. I'm hoping in November the humidity won't be nearly as bad as it was in week 2 that year.
Yeah. Well, 87, again, training staff will be on top of it. And we just talked a little bit ago to Alan Pupar, who covers the Dolphins, about this game and what they're trying to figure out. It's kind of interesting. They're keeping their head coach after firing the GM, and his takeaway was he thinks the Dolphins are going to be in a little bit of a see what we have mode. and maybe try one more time to put together a good team next season. So we might see a Dolphins team that, while it feels like their season is over, that they're not in total teardown because they did not trade everything away that they could have.
Yeah, I see that. I think it's probably because it would be, and I haven't looked at his contract, but I would think this soon after the extension, it might still be hard to get out from under Tua's contract. So they say, well, we got to stick with Tua here for one more year before we can get out from under the contract. Why don't we just try one more year to see what we can put together? The longer Tua's the quarterback, the better for the Bills as far as the division race is concerned every year, because he's just not at a level of a Josh Allen or maybe even Drake May. So they're just going to be also-rans in their own division, I think, as long as he's the quarterback.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline. All right, Chris, let's talk about the week that was, a deadline that saw the Bills not make any moves, not for lack of trying. The Bills general manager, Brandon Beane, spoke at a press conference talking about how he'd been grinding on a couple deals and some pending free agents, and was also considering moving more money. It ultimately ends up as a deadline the Bills did not get anything done. Beane said he was surprised. So, a lot of us that have said we were surprised, I feel like there's room for that. Do you feel like the Bills maybe missed an opportunity, or is it the picture around the league was less active than maybe we thought it would be altogether, and that kind of explains it?
I think it might be all of those things rolled together. I did find it interesting because I looked around the league at some other teams that didn't get deals done to see what their GMs might have said. I found it interesting that John Lynch had a pretty direct response when asked why they didn't do anything at the trade deadline. John Lynch basically said, because we didn't want to get fleeced. So that kind of indicates that even in the 11th hour, the asking price for some of the so-called selling teams was still pretty high. And they weren't going to budge on value. And I think Brandon Beane wasn't going to budge on value either. And the last thing he's going to do is say anything bad about another GM in the league. But I have to wonder, as disappointed as he was at the press conference, I mean, you could feel the disappointment in his body language. You could see it in his voice that, he couldn't get anything done. It's hard not to think that, maybe a GM was, talking to two teams at once. Maybe the Bills were one of those teams, and maybe Brandon thought he had something done. I mean, let's not forget, he did move money with the Taron Johnson contract to create more space. You're not doing that unless you feel something's close, right? Yeah. So, I don't know, maybe I'm not going to use the word double cross necessarily, but maybe he thought he had a deal in principle somewhere, and, maybe some T's had to get crossed and some I's had to get dotted, and then all of a sudden another team that team maybe does a deal with somebody else instead and completely goes against what maybe had been agreed upon in principle. I'm just guessing here.
Yep.
I'm just not used to seeing him that disappointed in any capacity, because he's a resolutely positive person. But I think we also know he's ultra competitive. So just to see him in that way was, it made me think long and hard about what was going on the other side of those conversations.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline. Of course, one of the questions was, do you believe you have a championship roster? And he answered that with a yes. I mean, I don't know, any GM that's in the championship games and winning divisions consistently probably feels they have a championship roster. It really comes down to whether or not they can find the answers in-house to maybe overcome some of their shortcomings, which is, that's not unusual, right? Every team that's going to try to win the Super Bowl might have some spots they'd like to be a little bit better in. So we turn to how they can do it, right? If the Bills were after defensive line help because of the injuries to Ed Oliver and Michael Hoyt, do they have the horses in there that they think can get them through? We saw so little of Hoyt, but he made such an impact in a game and a half, not just on the field, but even in the minds of Bills fans and seeing how they used him. What do you think the best plan is to try to get what he was bringing to this defense?
Yeah, I think they have to attack it in numbers. And I guess what I mean by that is, you're going to have to use Javon Solomon. I think you're going to have to continue to use Dorian Williams as a pass rusher, which we saw last week, and it had some measure of effectiveness. And I think Javon Solomon is coming on as a player. And look, this goes back to what has made Buffalo perennially a contender. It's their coaching staff and their player development, and they're really going to have to lean into that now, perhaps more than ever, because you're not adding any more players really unless, somebody's on rehab somewhere that they have their eye on and is suddenly going to be healthy for the last month of the season that you might be able to sign to your roster that's out there. Short of that, I don't know if you can, do anything better than basically developing your own. And I think Landon Jackson's a guy that's got to step up. And I know fans might be like, oh, geez, we're dependent on that guy. He hasn't even worn a jersey. Well, he hasn't because he's at a position that had tremendous depth going into the season. So now, that's a guy that they're going to have to bring along, and they've been encouraged by his development in the practice setting. Well, now he's going to have to show up and do something more for them in actual games.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one that sometimes gets impatient and wonders about why players are not playing. The defensive end spot had been somewhat flush, and now, of course, this opportunity for Jackson, for fans to kind of remember what the scouting report was on him, what he could bring to this defense, and if, in fact, he does dress on Sunday, what are they going to get in Landon Jackson?
Well, you've got a guy that is capable of, bending the edge, long athlete, similar in body type to Greg Rousseau, and that's a good thing when you're rushing from the edge because, you can go all the way back to what Bruce Smith used to say about what made him so successful. His main aim was to get his hands on the offensive tackle before the offensive tackle got his hands on him. Last I checked, Landon Jackson has 34.5-inch arms. He's going to win most of those. I'm also curious to see who they kick down inside, knowing how short they are at the defensive tackle position, and knowing Hoyt is no longer an option to rush from the inside at times. I'm curious to see who fills that role. We saw Javon Solomon fill it to a certain degree in the second half of the game last week. Maybe you put Landon Jackson down there. Maybe you kick Greg Rousseau down there because he's been down there in recent years. So I think they have players that they know they're going to have to develop and develop fast if they're going to make up for the loss of a versatile chess piece like Hoyt.
It's a Football Friday with Chris Brown. Chris, I don't know if you'd agree with this. We had a caller earlier asking about what they could do without Hoyt there and without Oliver and how Bean should have done something at the deadline. My belief on the defense, or at least my feel for the defense, is I wasn't that worried about the defensive line. I think they've got some reinforcements there. They've got a lot of bodies. My biggest concern for this defense this year for the first few weeks was the secondary, and I'm feeling a lot better about that right now. Hairston and, of course, Cole Bishop, the game he put in against the Chiefs, and Jordan Poyer kind of steadying things back there. I just feel a lot better about the secondary, and that, to me, is an untold part of why the Bills were able to make Patrick Mahomes so uncomfortable. They made him hold on to the ball. He was not able to get the ball out so quickly, and that's a big part of why the pass rush was so successful. So, to me, it looks like a typical McDermott defense starting to come to form where the back half of it is really what the driver is.
Yeah, and you didn't even mention Jordan Hancock, who I think if he continues on his current development track, could be a full-time starter alongside Bishop in a couple of weeks, maybe 3-4 weeks. Final month of the season, that guy might be a full-time starter if he continues on his current trajectory. And you know what Hairston and Hancock have brought to the secondary is a much-needed influx of speed and athleticism, and we saw the kind of difference it can make against one of the fastest receiving corps in football last week, I should say. So, that going forward, again, player development, guys are ready, they're making plays, you just got to hope it continues. They're not going to be perfect. They're young and inexperienced players. They're going to get fooled on something once in a while, but, hopefully where the Bills are on the scoreboard is not in a position where one mistake gets you beat in a game. So you got to take the good with the bad, but I just think the speed and athleticism alone makes the positives far outweigh any perceived negatives that could come up on the back end.
In this matchup against Miami, the Bills have occasionally run the ball really well with James Cook. Of course, everyone's kind of looking for the passing offense to show them something outside of Kincaid and maybe Shakir, and Josh Palmer's practicing on a limited basis. It's somebody else, right? We're talking about Keon Coleman or Elijah Moore or Curtis Samuel, somebody else kind of stepping into a larger role here. And there maybe aren't that many opportunities to do that with this offense, but do you feel like one of them will have to do that for the Bills to be the best version of themselves?
I think you're hoping one of those players emerges. I think a lot of us viewed Joshua Palmer as the third piece because clearly the passing game runs through Kincaid and Shakir. Just look at last week's stat sheet, and that'll tell you all you need to know. Kincaid with 7 or 8 targets, Shakir with 6 or 7, and then nobody else had more than 2 targets in the entire game. Also, I think we have to remember, too, if they're running the ball 35 times and Josh is only throwing it 26, there's only so many opportunities to go around as well. But I think if Palmer gets back healthy, I would tab him as probably the third most likely option. And the other thing that I think the Bills still haven't tapped into nearly as much as they did last year was utilizing all 3 running backs in the passing game. I mean, this was a running back trio that was utilized in the passing game in a very, very significant way last year, and we really haven't seen that emerge yet. And part of me wonders, is that something Joe Brady's just leaving in the bag for when he really needs it in a given week against a given opponent? But I think if they don't feel they're getting what they need from, say, a third option in the passing game past Kincaid and Shakir, I really think that's something they can turn to and at least get production value out of that in the passing game, even if it looks like an extension of the run game.
Chris Brown on the Wester Hotline chatting about Bills and Dolphins, a pilgrimage for many Bills fans down to Miami to take over that stadium, and hopefully the Bills can secure a win. Will you have one eye? You probably can't. You're locked in. You're doing play-by-play of this game, so maybe in commercial breaks, one eye on Bucs Patriots, because it's a big one, right? The Bills could be right back kind of in control of the division with a Bills win and with a Tampa win as well. So a couple of big games coming up, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are front and center in terms of the Bills and the Patriots in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Patriots are finally experiencing a little bit of adversity. Tayshaun Boutte not looking good to play this week, and he's been their big deep threat. So what does Drake May turn to now? So I'll be curious to see how that all plays out.
Yep. Thanks, Chris. We'll chat on Monday.
All right, take care.
Chris Brown on a Football Friday. His appearance again brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com by Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. I put up a Twitter poll about Joe Brady. Just a little bit of a, let's check in on how everybody feels about Joe Brady. The question is, would you like him to be back as the offensive coordinator next season? And if it's not your first day on Twitter or posting polls, which, we've done it for a while, I have to put in a disclaimer. There's fine print on this poll because I know how all of you work again out there. I know how you work. Would you like Joe Brady to be back as offensive coordinator next season? And then I put in parentheses, a no vote doesn't mean the Bills won the Super Bowl and he gets a job as a result. Because someone would say, no, because I want them to win the Super Bowl. No, we're not picking the outcomes. I'm just asking. If it were up to you, would you like Joe Brady back for another season? You can vote yes, no, or not sure right now. And it's a pretty even split. Leading the way, 37% yes, 35% not sure, 29% no. That's pretty even. So if you want to vote in that, you can. 803-0550. Sal coming up in a minute, and I should tell you the story. Have you guys, Owen, Joe, have you guys been to a Bills-Miami game? Bills-Dolphins down there?
I have not been down there. I was at the game earlier this season at home. But
yeah, I've never been
down to Miami?
No.
I did it one time, and I told a little bit of the story. So it's got to be like 2011, Bills-Dolphins, that neighborhood, 2012, where they win in Miami, and I'll find it. It's a December game, December 18th. Nope, that's in Buffalo. I'll find the date. They win down in Miami. They kind of knock the Dolphins from playoff contention. David Nelson's on the team. He had a touchdown in this game. The enduring image of this game, there are a couple. So I've only been to Miami once for a Bills game. And the Bills are, at that time, 3-10. They're just bad.
Yeah.
And again, the Dolphins are alive for a playoff spot. Mm-hmm. This is before they hung the roof on the stadium, too. So we're sitting out there in the sun in December. And a couple images just stick with me from going to this game. Go to the tailgate lot on a bus. It's a big group of Bills fans that bought tickets as a travel package, and we all go on a bus. And, you hang out, you walk in the stadium. I'm going up one of the big escalators at the stadium, which I don't know what it would have been called at the time. And I look out on the parking lot, and you kind of hear this commotion, just this rabble. Like, I look out, like, what is that sound? And it was about 400 Bills fans just coming in one huge herd, whooping it up. Again, they're 3-11 or whatever the record is at the time. And I had the thought, like, oh, man, we really are about to take over this stadium here as a 3-11 bunch of idiots that are going to make their lives miserable here in Miami. And sure enough, they did, and they beat them. The other thing that happened in that game while I was there, I went with my buddy and I booked a trip with a lot of his friends, a couple guys that I didn't really know as well as he did. He's like, hey, let's go on this trip. So, me, one of my good buddies, and like 5 or 6 other guys. And then my buddy who I was going to go with bailed on the trip. Oh. So I ended up going with like 4 or 5 guys that I kind of knew a little bit but didn't know that well.
Right.
Which ends up being probably a great way to take a trip.
Yeah.
Everybody's just kind of having a good vibe, and it was a good time. Anyway, one of the guys, we're sitting up there in the upper deck at whatever the place was called, Pro Player, I don't know what it was called at the time. We're sitting there in the upper deck, and the beer guy's walking up and down the aisles. And Brian, who big Bills fan, he lives in Philly these days, and he might be listening. He says to the person with the giant thing of beer, beer, popcorn beer. He asks the guy selling the beer, how much for all of them? Oh. All of the beers.
This is an all-time move.
Yeah, the huge tub. How much for the whole tub? And the guy looks at him and says, hold on. He looks down, he makes a count. He's like, and whatever it would have been, like 130. Gives him $130. The guy takes the tub and puts it at our feet.
Oh, that's awesome.
Man. Like, I didn't know you could do that. You probably can't do that all the time. But sure enough, now we got a whole. It's like we had bought a cooler to put at our feet. It wasn't just the two of us. So, who needs to buy beer anymore? This guy brought them all. Never seen such a power move.
Was the tub left there afterwards, or did someone keep it?
We left it. We didn't take it out.
Oh, I would have taken that tub.
Yep. You probably should have. Probably should have.
I would have mailed that tub back to my house if I was in Miami for that.
Yeah.
That's a keeper.
What a power move. Will someone go to this game? Will someone try this? You could do it 10 years, 15 years ago. A beer person would sell you the whole tub. I don't know if they'll still do that, but give it a rip.
You gotta think they'd get. I mean, maybe they wouldn't let you keep the tub.
Yeah.
Well, if you go to the concessions, don't you get like a 2 beer maximum?
And they open it for you. And all that now. Yeah.
And this guy did not open 12 beers on the spot.
Opening a 40 rack of blue lights.
That did not happen.
Stands stacked on top of each other like towers.
I'm jealous of those of you going to the Bills game in Miami. It's a great trip. Everybody should take it. Maybe next year. Maybe.
That's awesome.
We'll see. 803-0550. We'll check in with Sal on Bills Dolphins. It is a Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. Saw something that I'd asked you guys if you'd seen this. Maybe people in the chat have on the YouTube stream. Did you see what the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50 went for? No, good.
Did not.
I gotta think it's massive.
Yeah.
For Game 7.
Right. Massive. What did it go for? What do you think? What do you think you would describe a 50-50 as massive? What's that number?
Oh man.
Right.
Game 7. Baseball, so it's a big stadium.
Yep.
Right. And it was.
You got to think, how much are the tickets just to get in that building?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're paying $4,000 to sit in there.
But at that point, what's another 50-50?
There's big spenders in there.
There's heavy hitters, making their way around.
I like that. I like that process.
So, so the Sabres was like 15,000 last night.
Right. The Sabres sometimes will have a guaranteed 50,000 in a game like that.
Right.
Sometimes I feel like Bills games might get up to 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Well, it was the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50. It was the winner's take home.
So winner take home. So
you can do whatever you want. You could because
let's just go total number.
The number, all right. The total number where
yes,
they split it in half. Half goes to the Jays Foundation. Half goes to a winner. The total number for the Jays Dodgers Game 7 50-50. What do you got? What do you think it was?
I'm gonna say it was $15 million.
I was gonna go about 18 to 20 million. 18, I'll say.
All right, those are good guesses. Higher.
That's absurd.
25?
Higher.
Whoa.
Come on. 30?
Higher.
40.
Higher.
We have a $60 million.
50.
Wow.
50.
$50 million. Lord. 50-50.
Walk home with $25 million. That's crazy.
$25 million. And in this article I'm reading at thebiglead.com, I also, I guess I didn't know this. I don't know if this is just true of Canada, if it's true of everywhere, but it's the number you take home, it's tax-free.
Oh, what?
Because the 50-50 is a donation to charity.
Right.
So
it gets a workaround.
You get it tax-free. That's what this article says.
Dude.
$25 million tax-free.
$25 million tax-free, which, by the way, the article of The Big Lead points out means that you took home more at Game 7 than Vlad Guerrero did for the year.
Sabres had been 5-0-2 in their last 7 at home, so that's their first regulation loss for a while at home. But the problem is, it's only their second regulation loss in 11 games, but they were just basically keeping their head above water, by doing all this and playing the way they were because everybody in the East was doing well. So, now you've lost that game. Okay, it's again they're 5-1-2 in their last 8 at home, which isn't bad. That's fine. But look what's coming up.
Carolina.
Yeah, they're 0-2 on the road, 0-2 on the road. So, okay, now let's go to Carolina, Utah, Colorado, and Detroit on a 4-game road trip.
Yep.
Great. And I hate to say this because I've watched it happen before. With as close as the standings are, they go to Carolina, Utah, and Colorado. There's a pretty good chance they're going 0-3 there, and that makes them 0-4 in their last 4, and 0-4-1. Where are they going to be in the standings if that happens? If they go to Carolina, Utah, and Colorado, 3 places they don't do well in, and against 3 really, really good teams, what happens if you go 0-4 or 1-3? Where are you going to be now?
Right.
The Bills gearing up for their kickoff against the Miami Dolphins this Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We saw a spike on the injury report this week where many players did not practice on Wednesday. The updated report showed a few of those players did in fact come around. Jordan Phillips with a wrist injury was a full participant in practice along with Terrell Bernard dealing with an ankle injury. Joey Bosa with a wrist injury. James Cook with an ankle injury. Taron Johnson dealing with a groin injury. Daquan Jones with a calf injury. And Joshua Palmer with a knee and ankle injury were all limited participants in yesterday's practice. And Christian Benford dealing with a groin injury. AJ Epinesa still dealing with a concussion. Sam Franklin with an illness, and Shaq Thompson with a hamstring injury did not practice yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm injury report. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres were shut out last night by the St. Louis Blues 3-0. They outshot St. Louis 28-17, but were unable to slip anything past goaltender Joel Hofer. Paul Hamilton has more on the loss up on our website, WGR550.com. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio joins us on the Wester Hotline on a Football Friday here. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Sal, good morning. Miami week is always a good one. I know it's good. It's great for you. You get to go back down to Florida, your old stomping grounds for a little while there. So I'd imagine Bills Dolphins is kind of always special, always close to the heart.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just goes back many, many years for me. I mean, just growing up as a Bills fan and watching this team and Dolphins games, and I've gone over Miami week many times on the radio and what it means to me, what it means to people of my generation. And then you go down there, and I lived down there, and I went to a few games. I remember a Monday night game down there, and the Bills win it. And this is early 2000s, and walking out of that stadium and getting a lot of people saying a lot of bad things at you and things like that. And then, now on the broadcast, on the radio side, and then being down there for a lot of games and just seeing Bills Mafia show up, it's crazy. It really is. It's a cool thing to experience when you go down there and you're around so many Bills fans. One of the coolest things, I say this every year, and it depends. It's always a little different depending on where the team is staying and the route they take. But one of the coolest things is when the buses on Saturday afternoon roll down A1A, if that's the route to the hotel, and how packed it is with Bills fans. And Jeremy, it is like, it's got to be what the Beatles were when they came to town. It's crazy with the Bills fans lining the streets and the beaches. It's unbelievable. And their flags and the police escort with the buses. It's like, I know it sounds weird to say, it's like a championship parade almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And flights going down there today, like if you're flying from Buffalo to Miami or anywhere into Miami, your plane's just like chock full of Bills fans. Like it's such a good vibe, a travel trip where they're going to take over the stadium so much. So let's get the injury report, the Barnes Firm injury report, and talk about these players that have popped up on it. It's brought to you by the Barnes Firm Injured for Help. Call 1-800-8-million. Christian Benford still on that injury report, which is probably, I don't know if that's the biggest story, but to me, that's the most unexpected one, right? That might have happened at practice, and Benford's still on the injury report. What else are we looking at?
Yeah, so he was a DNP yesterday after being limited Wednesday, of somewhat of a surprise, a big surprise, I guess, because we didn't know that he would be limited, so apparently something must have happened at practice. But that being said, when you go from limited on Wednesday to not playing on Thursday, that's not a good sign. At this point, when Sean McDermott joins me on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point show today, I would probably expect him to say that Christian Benford isn't playing, but you never know. He may say, hey, we backed off him. We're going to see how he goes today. That could very well be it. And if that's the case, Jeremy, if he doesn't play, you're probably looking at Maxwell Hairston getting his first ever NFL start. So that'll be interesting. And then A.J. Epinesa in concussion protocol, I would say progressing through, but I don't know what stage he's at, but he hasn't been on the field yet. Sometimes these guys are on the field, and he wasn't in protocol until the next day, right? It wasn't like during the game something came up and we knew that, so that's a day behind what you'd normally get there. Shaq Thompson has not played yet this week, has not practiced with that hamstring, so that's not good news. That's 2 straight DNPs. Now let's get to the good news. There was some. Joey Bosa and James Cook, after both having wrist for Bosa, ankle for Cook, DNPs on Wednesday, were back in limited capacities. I watched. Bosa did have his right wrist, one of his wrists, I can't remember, taped pretty heavily. And then James Cook, I couldn't tell if he was really taped up. He's always taped up anyway on the ankles, but he was doing running back drills. So he's going through bags. So he looked good. That like, to me, it looked like things were trending well there. Very good news to get Daquan Jones back after missing a couple of weeks here limited. And then Taron Johnson was back as well limited, and Joshua Palmer. So those are all on the good side, obviously.
Yes. At defensive end, Sal, we've seen a little bit of Landon Jackson as an idea here, right? You've got guys that are banged up. Bosa limited, as you mentioned. Epinesa did not practice. Could we see for the third time? He's dressed twice. He dressed in the New England game and the Atlanta game. You think we could see some Landon Jackson this week?
I do. We'll see how the Bills want to play it, but I think it's very possible. I mean, just by numbers, you have to think about the fact that that could probably happen given the injury situation they have, especially with Epinesa. I mean, if it was, they lost Hoyt, and that already brings you to, okay, does Jackson dress? But if A.J. Epinesa is not dressing, then, I don't think you have any choice. You have to. You have Greg Rousseau, Joey Bosa, and Joey Bosa is dealing with an injury, by the way, Javon Solomon and Landon Jackson. That's it. They just signed Kingsley Jonathan to the practice squad unless you're going to elevate him and sit Landon Jackson, which would not be a good sign whatsoever. So I don't think you're going to see that. So, yes, I do think you'll see Landon Jackson play this week in some capacity. He'll dress, and we'll figure how the Bills will watch and see what the Bills are thinking about his usage, I should say, because it's not to me, Landon is not the kind of player that you're just swapping where Michael Hoyt was. That's going to come internally from probably Javon Solomon, Dorian Williams. Landon Jackson's an edge-setting defensive end. That's what he is. Make sure they don't get to the edge. He's long, and they're going to rely on him to be strong and long because this is a team that's going to want to run outside zone, get to the perimeter when they can, get those explosive plays. So not only do I think Landon Jackson has a real shot to play this week, I think he needs to play well.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline talking about Bills-Dolphins and this matchup. The first matchup, Sal, what do you remember from it? I know it was close in the second half. The Dolphins had forced a stop at 21-21, and they get a roughing the punter penalty on Zach Sealer, which is ultimately what sets the Bills up for the go-ahead touchdown. They win by 10. As a matchup problems, we got to talk about week-to-week leagues. They had great answers for the Chiefs. That doesn't mean they're going to have great answers for the Dolphins, even though they're favored, and we would all expect them to win because they often do. What about Miami's defensive approach? What about their offensive attack? Should Bills fans be a little wary of, if anything?
Well, look, this is a team that relies on explosives and getting the ball in space to their playmakers. Devon Achane is one of those guys, and at any point he can come up with a really monster game. I read a stat, though, where he had his first 4 games in the NFL were all 100-yard games, and he has had only 4 of them in his last 30-something games, right? So it feels like there's something going on there with him and the O-line. I don't think the O-line, they've been banged up a little bit. Obviously the quarterback, there's a lot of questions right now what's going on with him long-term and future. But if he gets hot and that rhythm offense is going, Jalen Waddle could become a problem for you. And you have to be able to, withstand that. And I think that's, what the Bills are going to see. Defensively, Jeremy, they go out, they trade Jalen Waddle. I thought they would trade Bradley
Phillips.
Chubb. They didn't.
Phillips.
Jalen Phillips, excuse me. Thank you.
Yep.
They trade Jalen Phillips. Sorry, Waddle is still there. They trade Jalen Phillips. I really thought they would trade Bradley Chubb. They did not. But they're going to be without now. So Phillips is gone. I don't think Chop Robinson's going to play. It looks like he has not practiced this week, also in concussion protocol. It doesn't look like Rasul Douglas is going to play. He's missed 2 days. Mm-hmm. They're really dipping into their depth on defense. And when you look at what they did against the Bills the first time around, they only had 2 quarterback hurries. They did have 2 sacks, only 2 quarterback hurries. I don't know where they're going to get their pressure from. This is a game where I think you can keep Josh Allen clean in this game maybe, and maybe you can and with that banged up secondary and with an injured James Cook, maybe this is a game you lean into the passing game a little more at the Bills and say, let's go out there and show we can throw the ball through the air early on because maybe circumstance by what's happening on their defense and what's happening in James Cook allows you to kind of lean into that a little bit and try to be successful.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Let's do Who Needs to Get Results, brought to you by Dan Chacha, Injury Attorneys. Don't worry, Chacha's gotcha. For this game, whether that's the run game, the pass game, James Cook, Josh Allen, Sal, who needs to get results in this game? Could we look to another receiver, whether that's Curtis Samuel, Elijah Moore, Keon Coleman, right? Brandon Beane this week kind of said some nice things about Coleman. Like he's doing things that we want him to do. He's doing things we like. You think he has an opportunity this week to maybe put some positive reps out there?
I do. I think who needs to get some results? I think the passing game in general needs to get some results because of everything I just said. The Dolphins are hurting up front as far as pass rushers. They just traded arguably their best pass rusher and maybe their second best, like their top two guys, 2 out of 3 maybe, are not playing. I'm assuming Chop Robinson's not going to play. I shouldn't do that, I guess, but it just doesn't feel like that's the case. They're really dipping into the secondary. Russell Douglas, they're missing a couple of different guys back there. So I think that this is a game where the Bills need to show in the passing game they can move the ball. The Dolphins already coming into this game, Jeremy, are 27th in the NFL, like what, 4th, 5th, 4th, whatever that is, 7.22 yards a play in the pass game. Like they're giving up yards, chunk yards, and big yards, and per game, teams are throwing on them down the field. And I think this is a game where you'd like to see that a little bit. So I want to say get results, sure. That Keon Coleman, is that Curtis Samuel? We'd all love to see Keon Coleman have a breakout game. That'd be great. Then you wake up Monday morning, you're like, okay, things are starting to trend a little bit better here. Let's see if we can build on that. But I just think it's got to be the passing game in general. You'd love to see that happen, especially with a banged-up James Cook. Like, if you don't have to lean on James Cook to give him the ball 25 times a game, I know the Bills are really great at running the ball, but I think I want to see some results from the passing game.
Sal Capaccio ahead of Bills Dolphins. Sal, thanks for the time, and have a good trip. 10 o'clock today. Sean McDermott. What's the timeline? We got Sean McDermott, Pat Hammer.
Yeah, so 10 to 12 is Extra Point Show.
Yep.
Going to recap last night with Paul at 10:30. Look ahead to the weekend.
Were you there last night?
I was not there last night. And I'll say that I was thinking about opening the Extra Point Show today. I'll just tell you, like, I will always watch the Sabres. I love watching the Sabres. I get excited to watch the Sabres. And it's Thursday Night Football, and I want to watch that. Once it was 1-0 and I saw the way the game was going, I was so frustrated. I just said, I'm watching football.
Yeah.
And I will check on the score, and if the Sabres tie it up, I'll turn it back on. I was so frustrated. That's what I did. I did not want to watch it because I was frustrated. And I just couldn't watch that. And it got me so upset. So I said, I'm going to watch football. And then I watched that stinker of a game. Oh, my God.
It was terrible.
That was a kind of game. If you're in Denver today, like if you're doing Denver radio today, you are talking just like Bills fans and Bills media have talked about the Bills in these games where, oh my God, I don't care what their record is. They are what is going on here?
Yeah, 8-2, and they look terrible.
Right?
Yep, terrible.
I came away with more questions about the Broncos than answers last night, even though they're 8-2 and they won again. I think
same
is really the question. Anyway, Sean, you asked me about Sean McDermott. He should come aboard a little after 11 a.m. today. Pat Hammer at 11:30. We'll get the weather report from down in Miami, where, by the way, Syracuse is also playing tomorrow at 3:30 p.m.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Sal. Safe travels.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio. He's got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 o'clock, 803-0550. The Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy at 9. And your calls along the way as well as we gear up for Bills and Dolphins here on this Football Friday on WGR. Their best players right now deliver nothing, the Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Darlene, Tuck, what do you get from these players?
Tage he's always been a little bit
slow start,
aloof to me in terms of, like, as a hockey player all around. He's not the best in his own end, and there's, he
Are you saying he's an imperfect player?
Yeah, I'm going to say he's an imperfect player. But what we have seen in these last few games, and really to start the season from him, is like a completely disengaged player who just looks disconnected from what's happening on the ice. And he is supremely talented, and he is their best chance to have some sort of offensive firepower with all the injuries they have and the struggles with, the rest of the lineup. But when you've got him floating around the ice, just not really looking like he's that into the game and making really poor puck decisions, just floating pucks on net, giving it away on the wall, like, you're not surviving with what they've got if he's looking like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. And then he's also, that is just the offensive stuff that you need from him. He's always going to hurt you a little bit defensively because he is just always on the wrong side of the puck. It's really tough to see another guy that is more just unaware of how to muddy up another team attacking. He just floats at the puck, dives in, and then he's behind the play.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, It does not look good for him right now, and they need it to be great from him right now if they want to survive.
Saw something that I asked you guys if you'd seen this. Maybe people in the chat have on the YouTube stream. Did you see what the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50 went for? No, good.
Did not.
I gotta think it's massive.
Yeah.
For
Okay.
Game 7.
Right. Massive. What did it go for? What do you think? What do you think you would describe a 50-50 as massive? What's that number?
Oh man.
Right.
Game 7.
Game 7.
Baseball, so it's a big stadium.
Yep.
Right. And it was.
You got to think, how much are the tickets just to get in that building?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're paying $4,000 to sit in there.
But
And
at that point, what's another 50-50?
There's big spenders in there.
There's heavy hitters,
Yeah.
making their way around.
I like that. I like that process.
So,
Yeah.
So with the Sabres was like 15,000 last night.
Right. The Sabres sometimes will have a guaranteed 50,000 in a game like that.
Right.
Sometimes I feel like Bills games might get up to 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50? What was the winner's take home?
So winner take home. So
you
it's
can do whatever you want. You
okay.
could because
let's just go total number.
The number, all right. The
see
total
how
number
ridiculous it
where
is.
they split it in half. Half goes to the Jays Foundation. Half goes to a winner. The total number for the Jays Dodgers Game 7 50-50. What do you got? What do you think it was?
I'm gonna say it was $15 million.
I was going to go about 18 to 20 million. 18, I'll say.
All right, those are good guesses. Higher.
That's absurd.
25?
Higher.
Whoa.
Come on. 30?
Higher.
40.
Higher.
We have a $60 million.
50.
Wow.
50.
$50 million. Lord. 50-50.
Walk home with 25 mil. That's
25
crazy.
million. And in this article I'm reading at thebiglead.com, I also I guess I didn't know this. I don't know if this is just true of Canada, if it's true of everywhere, but it's the number you take home, it's tax-free.
Oh,
what? Because the 50-50 is a donation to charity.
Right.
So
it gets a workaround.
You get it tax-free. That's what this article says.
Dude.
$25 million tax-free.
$25 million tax-free, which, by the way, the article of The Big Lead points out means that you took home more at Game 7 than Vlad Guerrero did for the year. Be caller 5 to win a pair of a 4-pack of tickets to the Canada-USA Rivalry Series game at KeyBank Center tomorrow. It's tomorrow at 6 p.m. Tickets courtesy of the Buffalo Sabres. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com. Be caller again, 5 to 221-4WGR to win a 4-pack of tickets. So I found the Bills-Dolphins game I was at, and turns out it's December of 2010. That's how far ago. Bills win 17-14 in Miami in 2010. That's a long time ago. 15 years ago is when I went to this Bills-Dolphins game. All right, fine. So the Bills win, and I thought, sometimes in Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy, we do remember some guys. Here you go, Bills fans. The leading receivers, quarterbacks of that game. Fitz went 16-26 for 2 touchdowns. Fred Jackson was the lead running back. Fred Jackson had 15 for 36. Ryan Fitzpatrick and C.J. Spiller also carried the ball. Spiller 9 for 16 yards.
Oof.
The Bills ran that time. They established the run that day.
Yes.
They ran 27 times for 71 yards.
Efficiency.
That's right. Meanwhile, David Nelson caught a touchdown. Stevie Johnson caught a touchdown, 6 for 69 on a touchdown. Also catching passes that day, Naaman Roosevelt, Donald Jones, C.J. Spiller, Scott Chandler, and Jonathan Stupar, who caught 1 pass for 0 yards.
That's a name.
Yeah. For the Dolphins in that game, Brandon Marshall, 11 for 106 and a touchdown and a loss. Devon Bess, Ricky Williams, Anthony Fasano, Patrick Hobbs, Kevin Curtis, Lusaka Polite, Ronnie Brown. Defensively for the Bills, Dante Whitner led them in tackles. Drayton Florence, Leotis McKelvin, Kyle Williams, Pazluzny, Moats, McGee, Bird, Aiken Adele, Marcus Stroud, Spencer Johnson. Corey McIntyre had a tackle. Fitz had a solo tackle. Whoa. I guess that's on a pick. Solo tackle for Fitz. George Wilson, Reggie Corner, Alex Carrington, and Brian Scott. There you go. Brian Moorman punted 6 times. That was back in the era of Bills football. We once had fun going down this rabbit hole. How many times Brian Moorman had more punting yards than the Bills had passing yards?
Oh, yeah.
In that game, it was close. Moorman, 217 punting yards. Fitz, 223 passing yards. Bills win. And they win to go to 4-10, and they drop the Dolphins to 7-7.
When's the last time you think the Bills had 200 yards punting?
Oof, boy. That's a great question. It's
Houston last year?
They punted a lot in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
They did.
They might have had, I don't know. They had 4 punts in a row, and did they punt 6 times total against Atlanta? They might have had 200 yards punting against Atlanta.
I guess that might be right.
Yeah. Anyway. 803-0550. I'll check.
I think I might have it here.
Yeah, what do you got?
October 15th, 2023, a game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. 7 times, 7 punts for 306 yards.
That was a bad game.
That was a
2023.
very bad game.
Is that the London game?
Is that Urban Meyer game? It's
no, that's London.
That would be London in
yeah,
20.
right.
That's one where Milano got hurt, right?
Yeah. That was the day that the Bills traveled on the game they traveled on the wrong day of the week, or whatever it was at the time.
Right.
803-0550. All right, the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. Before we get to that, I want to get to the Twitter poll and this week's relevance in that, because there's a name that comes up a lot about the next Bills offensive mind that I just think is, I think it's as unlikely as you or I getting the job, guys. We'll get to that. 803-0550 and the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy here on Football Friday. And here are the Sabres off to a start. I don't know what I want to say about it. There's a thing that happens when you talk about the Sabres, I think. If you are someone that watches the Sabres, maybe you have this same experience that I do, which is every loss, you're just like, all right, really though, what are we doing? Come on. What are we really doing here? This team, which was going to be more defensively responsible, and they don't have any trouble scoring, right? What are you worried about? Trading away Peterka is trading away some goals. It's not the only thing, of course, but trading away Peterka, and what they got back in the deal was they're going to be more defensively responsible, and scoring's not a problem. All right. Only one team in the East has fewer goals than the Sabres. And they got shut out last night by the Blues, who stink. They got shut up by the Blues, who stink, and also sat one of their best players and played a goalie that's who? What's his name? Who is he?
Joel Hofer.
Joel Hofer, which
had a sub 800 save percentage.
Excuse me. I think Hofer, Hofer, is an omen for this Hall of Famer. He's going to make it someday.
If he plays every game against the Sabres.
They got shut out by Joel Hofer, and their best players right now deliver nothing. The Sabres. You get nothing from the best players. You get so little. Tage, Dahlin, Tuck. What do you get from these players? And Paul, finally in net, Luukkonen, the path forward for him here and for what they should do in net. Of course, like Alex Lyon has earned the number one spot. Can they count on Luukkonen to be number two?
Yeah, well, if he plays like he did the other night, yeah. Last night, I mean, yeah, he only gave up 2 goals. You still should be able to win the hockey game. The first goal is again, they had just missed a phenomenal opportunity. Quinn made a great play to Doan on the power play in front. Doan's right there. Hofer somehow makes a great save. Then Quinn turns the puck over right away, turns into a breakaway, but you don't get a big save, And that is not an easy save. You hear me say that all the time. But teams that win the Stanley Cup, their goalie makes a big save there for them and bails their player out. And he didn't. And then the second goal he'd want back. It was just a shot from the left circle. It wasn't screened, and he missed it. And it went in. So, how does that game change if Doan happens to score on that power play so there isn't even a turnover to be had for the other team, and you take the 1-0 lead there? Who knows? I mean, how much different is that hockey game if all that one play just turns around and doesn't turn into what would have been a 1-0 lead, turns into a 1-0 deficit, and now you're on the other side. But as I said, at the end of the day, even though Luukkonen, you want to save on the breakaway, you need a save on the second goal, but at the end of the day, he only gave up 2, and that should be good enough to win a hockey game.
The Bills gearing up to take on the Dolphins this Sunday with kickoff set for 1 o'clock. We saw a spike on the injury report earlier this week where many players did not practice on Wednesday, but the updated report showed a few of those players did in fact come around for yesterday's practice. Jordan Phillips with a wrist injury was a full participant in practice along with Terrell Bernard dealing with an ankle injury. Joey Bosa, James Cook, Taron Johnson, Daquan Jones, and Josh Palmer were all limited participants in yesterday's practice. And Christian Benford, A.J. Epinesa, Sam Franklin, and Shaq Thompson did not practice yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm injury report. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres were shut out last night by the St. Louis Blues 3-0. They outshot St. Louis 28-17, but were unable to slip anything past goaltender Joel Hofer. Paul Hamilton has more on the loss up at our website, WGR550.com. Around the NFL, the Broncos outlast the Raiders in a rough game on Thursday Night Football, 10-7. Bo Nix threw 2 interceptions, and Geno Smith tallied 1 on the night. Geno Smith did leave the game with a quad contusion. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
This is a big divisional game down there away.
Looking downfield, now goes back to the flat, and buried at the 38-yard line is Devon Achane. Shaq Thompson lowered the boom.
It sounds cliche and, you harp on it over and over again, but, success and winning games in this league is hard. And I think we got a lot of selfless guys in this locker room. And as long as we're winning games, that's all we really do truly care about.
Back to pass, looking left, and stretching and reaching for it is Kincaid, and he stumbles into the end zone for the touchdown.
Very competitive team. We have a ton of respect for their game, so we've got to get ourselves ready to go.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Looking at next year's road trip, if you're going to Miami this week, that's awesome. Joe's going. Jeremy and Joe, Joe's off today. It's final hour here at Football Friday, brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's hometown fuel. Game day ready since 1922. We owe you improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts, ready to improve your home's comfort game plan. Get started at bluestarhs.com. Got an offensive coordinator thought, but first I was just looking at this. Next year's road trips, division, as you'd expect. And then it's a good list of places you don't go that much, or I don't think the Bills have been very often. Denver, away. Vegas, away. Packers and Vikings. Those are 4, I think, pretty good road trips if you want to take. Then there's the AFC South same place finisher, which I think we might say will be Indianapolis. If the Bills win the division, that's going to be Indy. If the Bills don't win the division, that's more likely going to be Jacksonville. I guess Jacksonville could still win that division, but one of those two teams. And then NFC West same place finisher, that could be anybody. That's 3 teams that are in the mix. That's Seattle, the Rams, and the Niners. One of those 3. So we'll see which one it is. One of those 3 is finishing first or second, and you are finishing first or second. So this year, that's a great road schedule next year. Getting back out to Seattle will be cool. Getting to San Francisco, the Bills, Josh Allen's never played in that stadium. And when he goes there next year, if that's the same place finisher, it'll be the second time playing in that stadium because that's where the Super Bowl is. 803-0550, get some calls in. All right, so I posted a Twitter poll about Joe Brady as part of Football Friday. Just, do you want him back next year? Like, right now, what do you think? We have endless conversations about the offense, the things it does really well, the things we maybe wish it did a little bit better. Do you want Joe Brady back as the offensive coordinator next season? Yes, no, or just flat out not sure right now. Undecided. So 34% of our voters are undecided, not sure, which is a pretty big voting block. In the next, 10 weeks and then playoffs, they'll probably land somewhere. 36% say yes, 30% say no. So it's pretty even split between yes, no, and I'm not sure. I do want to say something about this game in relation to this question. I think the most consistent name I see, I get mentions on Twitter. Hey, what about this guy? What about this guy? The name I get the most often sent to me, it might be Brian Daboll. I think it's not, though. I think the number one name I get in my mentions is Mike McDaniel, head coach of the Dolphins. As what about him as an idea? And I would just like to say that I think that is as unlikely a fit as anything you could possibly come up with. I do not think that he would be considered even a candidate for them. No way. Is he a bright offensive mind that might get another job running a team? Yes, he might still be with the Dolphins next year, too. Our conversation with Alan Pupar, who covers the Dolphins for SI.com, he said he thinks he's going to stay. And they're going to try and, run it back and see if they can improve and have a good season. But as a fit for the Bills, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. I think it's super unlikely. I like him as a person in the amount that I know of him. I think he's fascinating, interesting. His story is great. His personality, rubs some people the wrong way, and the fact that they lose all the time, or they've lost a lot this year at least. Like, he's got his detractors. Maybe not a head coach, maybe a great offensive mind. You'll hear that a lot. I just think as a fit, I don't think so. 803-0550. So I wanted to say that. We'll get some calls in. 1-888-550-2550. That's 1-888-550-2550. Your calls and the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy coming up in a moment. Alan, good morning. Alan on the car. You're on WGR.
Yeah, good morning, Jeremy. I just wanted to make a few comments. With the 31st rushing attack and the rushing defense and one of the worst passing defense that the Dolphins have, and not having Jalen Phillips, who's huge. He was a thorn in Buffalo's side over the years, and Chop Robinson and maybe not Rasul. I wasn't too much worried about him. I think, the 10 points, I think the Bills are going to win by a couple touchdowns. I know we say it's a division, it's Miami. And I also read an article by a Miami guy, and I don't know how he knows this. A majority of the Dolphins have sold their season tickets for this game based on the standings, and he thinks that this is going to be the largest Bills crowd ever. There are probably close to 40 to 50,000 in that range. He said he's never, and this was, I think, Wednesday I read it. He said he's never seen more Bills people in his entire career covering the Dolphins. He said this is going to be an embarrassment. Tua probably will have the problem not hearing. You remember a couple years ago when the Bills opened up in L.A. and they were getting rewarded for their Super Bowl with the rings?
Yep.
And Stafford had trouble hearing the crowd, and he made hearing the play calls, and he made a comment about that afterwards, and he was embarrassed for his teammates. I think it's going to be a lot worse in Miami, and I think the Bills aren't going to have a letdown knowing that Tampa is there helping us possibly. I think this is going to be a roll. I really do.
Yep.
Now that Cook and everybody's healthy, I don't know how you feel, but I'll hang up and listen to you.
Thanks, Alan. I tend to think the same. I think the Bills will be just fine in this game. I'm not entertaining the idea that they could lose it. Let's put it that way. Like it would be as stunning as any loss of the McDermott era. Is that like up there with Jacksonville, the Urban Meyer game? It'd be stunning. They don't. I want to say they don't lose to bad teams. They've lost to Zach Wilson twice, but they don't lose to Tua. They don't. The losses to Tua, one of them, the Bills had 497 yards of offense, and the game ended at the 4-yard line. Like I am not thinking they could lose this game. And I know maybe we're kind of getting into win and stay healthy mode. Maybe you've been in that mode the whole time. But I'm in win, stay healthy. I'm going to say this. I'm not even at a spot where I'd say I need the passing offense to impress me. I really don't right now. There might be games where that's true. I don't anticipate it being one of them. It's funny, like now that the deadline's over and the team is the team, I'll admit I have like this waiting. I'm waiting for the playoffs, or I'm waiting for the New England race. In fact, the Patriots game against the Bucs, would it be blasphemy to say that I think that's the more interesting game? Bills should beat the Dolphins. And if New England beats Tampa, not to say no one out there is taking the Patriots seriously. I think they're 7-2. And their point differential is the exact same as the Bills in one more game, by the way. But they're 7-2, and if they beat Tampa, a division leader that is 6-2 in Tampa, I think that's a big deal. It would say a lot. The Patriots, I'll plug some New York Times playoff machine numbers in here on the Patriots because, the Bills could be favored to win the division by the end of this 1 o'clock window and could have the better odds on New York Times playoff. I don't always like to go odds and division odds and gambling odds because baked into the gambling number is the leverage that all these sports books would have. Like one of the reasons the Bills are going to remain the favorite and the Chiefs are going to remain favorites throughout this process is because a lot of people have already bet on them and they'd like you to bet on somebody else so they can kind of, balance things. But that said, the leverage on the Patriots if they win versus if they lose against the Bucs, they're already, according to the New York Times playoff machine, 97% to make the playoffs. But we're not thinking playoffs. We're looking division, right? The Patriots are 59% to win the division. If they win and beat the Bucs, that goes up to 67%. I almost feel like New England beating the Bucs would give them the ability to lose one more game and still be okay to win the division. Because the Bills have some tough challenges. They've got the Bucs also, right? You've got the Bucs, you've got the Eagles. After that, Houston maybe. It's going to be a sprint to the finish with these two teams, and it really might come down to whoever wins that game. Like if the Bills beat New England, it's funny. Like the funny thing about the playoff machine, right? You can click every box, click this, click that. And today, right now today, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there are 7 other games New England will play. They have 8 games remaining. And the playoff leverage, where you swing it back and forth, the playoff leverage on the Bills-Patriots game in Week 15, which, by the way, will be right after New England's bye. What a time to have a bye week for the Patriots. They have the bye in Week 14, and they host the Bills in Week 15, and if they win that game, I think they'll probably win the division. The leverage before any of the other games are played is a 52% swing in how likely they are to win the division. So if they win and beat the Bills, I think they could probably lose other games and still be fine. That game will be huge in Week 15. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Joe in West Seneca is up next. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning. I want to talk about the coin toss, and I think the Bills are finally at a point where they should stop deferring to get the ball the second half. I think if you look at the game script of Kansas City, that literally couldn't have gone any better for us at the start of the game. Like, the way that they want to play offense now, where long drives, we stay on schedule, you get the ball first and you spend 7 or 8 minutes, whether you get points or not on that opening drive, you're starting off on the right foot, and then we get a 3-and-out on Kansas City. If we stay on schedule for our second drive of that game, they have no time of possession in the first quarter. We're potentially taking like the majority of the entire first quarter away from their quarterback. And then if you look at just like offense and defense comparisons throughout the year, and you ask which side of the ball tends to get the most out of the halftime adjustments, I think it's our defense. I think all too often our defense doesn't know what the other team is doing in the beginning of the game. They're letting up first drive touchdowns, but then they make these excellent halftime adjustments, and we tend to tighten it up on defense. And the room for growth after halftime adjustments seems much greater value on the defensive side of the ball than on the offensive side of the ball based on this system. So I just think that one of these, offense or defense, one of them is going to get an extra drive, right? If we get the ball back, or if we start with the ball, offense gets the extra drive. If we give the other team the ball, defense is more likely to get the extra drive. We should give the defense the extra drive in the second half after they have all that time to make adjustments.
All right. Interesting theory, Joe. You got me looking for something that I saw this week, and I don't know if I favorited it. I don't know if I retweeted it. It's the problem with Twitter. I got to find this. What it was, and if you're listening and you saw this, send it to me. Or you might have been the one that tweeted it. Who knows? Every single year, maybe not, again, like I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I remember what I saw, which is scoring at the end of the first half is up and goes up every single year. The NFL and their teams, they've all gotten a lot better at scoring at the end of the half. And that, of course, includes some double dip. Some it's the team that scores that's not going to get the ball back. So, like, it can be linked into the idea of deferring or not. But the point is, it's not just about the double dip. It's about how often teams score before the half. The entire league has, of course, realized this is an opportunity to get points. It's like a prevent defense, fourth quarter scenario, but a practice one. So you want to get the ball first. That's fine. I understand that. The Bills had a near perfect script against the Chiefs when they scored and then went 3-and-out and then got the ball back. And then what happened? They have turnover on downs. Chiefs get back in the game. What you saw was why teams defer in that Bills-Chiefs game. They were down 15 points. What's the score there? They're down because they kick a field goal. They're down 11. They're down 11. 21-10? Yeah. They're down 21-10, and they kick a field goal. Let me put the game script up. Because I am always going to be down to defer. I think deferring is the right thing to do. Give them the first possession. It is what it is. There are going to be times where you give up that score, but you don't have to get out of your game script in any real circumstance until it's late. The idea that you would get out of your game script in the first quarter because of a team scoring a touchdown drive, you don't have to do that. And I also I understand your theory and why you would want to do it that way. I don't really have much of anything for time of possession keeping a player off the field. It doesn't really mean much to me. I think it's sure about fatigue, yeah, in that department it matters, keeping your players fresh. But the only way you really keep a team off the field is if you get them to pump the ball back to you. If the Chiefs, time of possession can also be a lie, because if I've got one drive where the clock ticks and one drive where the clock doesn't tick, it's the same amount of plays. It can be the same amount of first downs. It can be the same number of bull rushes or run stuffs. But one drive took 6 minutes and one drive took 2 minutes, and it creates this illusion that the 6-minute drive was tougher when it really wasn't. It's how many plays did they get? So time of possession to me has been like this false idol not to worship. I don't have much for it. It reflects the type of offense you're going to play. And a 16-play drive that goes 9 minutes or a 9-play drive that goes 3 minutes, tell me really how different those are. I kind of don't buy it. Over the course of a game, if you outpossess a team 2-1, that probably reflects success more than it leads to success. You get to keep the ball by being good with it. And that's third down conversions and fourth down conversions. So, I know what you're saying. And if the Bills decide to start taking the ball first, it would buck a little bit of a trend and buck whatever they do. Last time they did that they've definitely done it occasionally. They took the ball first against Cincinnati in Cincinnati 2 years ago, 3 years ago. There was a game against the Bengals. They took the ball first, I remember. Not the Hamlin game. Anyway, 2 years ago when they lost there, it's the return to Cincinnati the following season. Right? I don't know. Whatever. It's not important. Thanks for the phone call, though. You got me on that time of possession, and if I could find the numbers, I would do my best to find. I saw it this week. Scoring before the half is up. Everybody scores now. It's like free points. And it's up so much. Think about it. Think about what teams do now, especially teams well-coached in this like the Bills. There's a minute and 50 left in the first half. You've got the ball at the 38-yard line, your own 38, whichever 38. How are you playing that drive? Offenses know and that other teams are so good at scoring at the end of a half that now you actually don't want to go too quickly. You have the ball. This was the Chiefs in their end of half drive against the Bills here, right? So that drive where they get down to the 1 and kick a field goal. They go 7 plays, 66 yards, and there's a 40-yard pass down to the 1. Down to the 1-yard line, 40 seconds left. They run Hunt, no gain. But why are they running at least once? Because they actually want the time off the clock. They don't want to give you the ball with 38 seconds left because they know Well, if you kick it out of bounds or you kick it through the end zone, 3 plays in, they can bomb a field goal. Offenses are so good at scoring at the end of halves and the end of games, especially if you have a Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. You know you are calling offense with your defense in mind because you want to protect them. And that's, like, to me, that's why when the Bills are playing the Chiefs this last game in the fourth quarter, what are they doing? 9 plays, 33 yards, 356. The 356 didn't get a team any more tired than a 7-play drive or a 9-play drive. Like, the time on a drive is at the mercy of, did the ball go out of play or did they throw a screen to Shakir and the clock kept running? So, anyway, I've said enough about time of possession, I guess. But just next time you're watching a game, watch it against the Dolphins. Watch the Bucs and the Patriots. There's 3 minutes left at the half, and you're midfield. You're trying to score, and you're also trying to make it the last score because teams are so good at the end of the half now and so aggressive, too. 803-0550. The Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy is on the way. We'll get to that and more of your calls here on WGR. And Paul, finally in net, Luukkonen, the path forward for him here and for what they should do in net. Of course, like Alex Lyon has earned the number 1 spot. Can they count on Luukkonen to be number 2?
Yeah, well, if he plays like he did the other night, yeah. Last night, I mean, yeah, he only gave up 2 goals. You still should be able to win the hockey game. The first goal is again, they had just missed a phenomenal opportunity. Quinn made a great play to Doan
Jeremy,
on the power play in front.
One of the events
Doan's right there. Hoffer somehow makes a great save. Then Quinn turns the puck over right away, turns into a breakaway, but you don't get a big save, And that is not an easy save. You hear me say that all the time. But teams that win the Stanley Cup, their goalie makes a big save there for them and bails their player out. And he didn't. And then the second goal, he'd want back. It was just a shot from the left circle. It wasn't screened, and he missed it. And it went in. So, how does that game change if Doan happens to score on that power play so there isn't even a turnover to be had for the other team, and you take the 1-0 lead there? Who knows? I mean, how much different is that hockey game if all that one play just turns around and doesn't turn into what would have been a 1-0 lead, turns into a 1-0 deficit, and now you're on the other side. But as I said, at the end of the day, even though Luukkonen, you want to save on the breakaway, you need a save on the second goal, but at the end of the day, he only gave up 2, and that should be good enough to win a hockey game.
Saw something that I'd asked you guys if you'd seen this. Maybe people in the chat have on the YouTube stream. Did you see what the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50 went for? No, good.
Did not.
I gotta think it's massive.
Yeah.
For
okay.
Game 7.
Right. Massive. What did it go for? What do you think? What do you think you would describe a 50-50 as massive? What's that number?
Oh man.
Right.
Game 7. Baseball, so it's a big stadium.
Yep.
Right. And it was.
You got to think, how much are the tickets just to get in that building?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're paying $4,000 to sit in there.
But at that point, what's another 50-50?
There's big spenders in there.
There's heavy hitters, making their way around.
I like that. I like that process.
So,
yeah.
So with the Sabres was like 15,000 last night.
Right. The Sabres sometimes will have a guaranteed 50,000 in a game like that.
Right.
Sometimes I feel like Bills games might get up to 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it was the Blue Jays Dodgers 50-50. What was the winner's take home?
So winner take home. So
you can do whatever you want. You could because
let's just go total number.
The number, all right. The total number where they split it in half. Half goes to the Jays Foundation. Half goes to a winner. The total number for the Jays Dodgers Game 7 50-50. What do you got? What do you think it was?
I'm gonna say it was $15 million.
I was going to go about 18 to 20 million. 18, I'll say.
All right, those are good guesses. Higher.
That's absurd.
25?
Higher.
Whoa.
Come on. 30?
Higher.
40.
Higher.
We have a $60 million.
50.
Wow.
50.
$50 million. Lord. 50-50.
Walk home with 25 mil. That's crazy.
$25 million. And in this article I'm reading at thebiglead.com, I also, I guess I didn't know this. I don't know if this is just true of Canada, if it's true of everywhere, but it's the number you take home, it's tax-free.
Oh, what?
Because the 50-50 is a donation to charity.
Right.
So
it gets a workaround.
You get it tax-free. That's what this article says.
Dude.
$25 million tax-free.
$25 million tax-free, which, by the way, the article of The Big Lead points out means that you took home more at Game 7 than Vlad Guerrero did for the year.
Super great American football Friday frenzy.
Don't blink. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off.
Football Friday frenzy, one of the bigger games in college football this weekend. Bills fans, if you're hoping to avoid Patrick Mahomes, don't watch College Game Day. He is the guest picker. Back in Lubbock for the game they've got, it's Texas Tech number 9 hosting number 8 BYU. And the guest picker is Patrick Mahomes, Texas Tech product. So be advised, if you're hoping to avoid him, do not watch game day. Let's get to some of these games. College, pro, Premier League. Joe's not here. Doesn't mean I can't take, some liberties. Indiana's at Penn State. Number two ranked Indiana. How about that? Number 2. Ohio State's at Purdue. Oregon's at Iowa. That is where top 10 seasons go to die, Iowa. So good luck to the Oregon Ducks. Saw a stat that Iowa just routinely beats top 10 teams at Iowa. All right, to the football games, the pro side of it. Your Buffalo Bills play the Miami Dolphins, of course. You know that. That'll be a 1 o'clock game. And we are getting, as part of that broadcast, Andrew Catalon, Charles Davis, and Jason McCourty. Andrew Catalon, Syracuse guy. New England and Tampa. That gets the Nance Romo treatment down in Tampa, that game. Road trip for Mike Vrabel and the Patriots. Maybe no Kayshon Boutte. The Bucs, though, man, I'm watching the Bucs injury report with relation to not only this game, but the Bills game as well. So Godwin's still out, fibula, not practicing. Bucky Irving's had a foot injury. He's not practicing. Baker Mayfield was a full participant, but he's listed with a knee and an oblique injury. Missing a lot of pieces there in Tampa. Hassan Reddick did not practice, ankle and knee injury. Levante David full participant back with a knee and rib injury. So watching the Bucs and seeing how healthy they come out of this game, and if anybody comes back against the Bills, because they're down Mike Evans and Godwin's injured, and we'll see how they come together. Bucky Irving, who is, man, you want to talk about a player that would make me nervous against the Bills? Bucky Irving is a player that would make me nervous. He gets to the second level. He makes guys miss. He's good. So anyway, Bucs and Patriots, the other game for us to watch. Jacksonville at Houston. I have a little nugget for you on Houston. So long ago, and I mean long, long ago, started talking about the idea of true turnovers. Right? Everybody's too focused on turnover differential, as if the only bad turnovers are punts and fumbles. Sorry, interceptions and fumbles. Of course you should count punts. I'll take this moment right here to give you the 5 best teams in turnover takeaway differential this year. Number 1 team in football, plus minus takeaway, it's the Bears. How are the Bears? Okay. Number 2, the Steelers. Good record. Number 3, the Jaguars. Number 4, the Bucs. Number 5, the Lions. Number 6, the Texans. So out of there, you got like 2 teams you think might be good, the Lions and the Bucs. Now, what do you get if you include punts? The best team in the league in true turnover differential. How often you get the ball on interceptions, fumbles, but also do you force punts and do you not punt? The number 1 team in football is, let's have a guess. Who's the best team in football according to not punting or turning it over?
I am going to say that it's not the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are number 2.
Number 2.
I feel like I have to guess this because it feels like it's the answer to everything that we ask that's good. Is it the Patriots?
Yeah.
No, the Patriots are 8th.
Okay. Oh, okay. No turn.
Just start naming good teams.
Detroit
is 9th.
Okay. Who else? I mean,
who's good?
I think of Well,
who
good?
is good? That's what
that's a fair question in and of itself, isn't it? I'm really trying to think of like a. All right, give me a good
name
team.
good teams.
I'm trying. I'm like
these aren't
stifling.
These aren't trick questions because when you do turnovers, including punts, all you get are the good teams.
Right.
Number 1 is the Rams.
Okay.
Number 2 is the Chiefs. Number 3 is the Colts. Number 4 is the Packers. Number 5 is tied for number 4 is Houston.
Okay.
There's the outlier. 6 Buffalo, 7 Seattle, 8 New England, 9 Detroit, 9 also the Chargers, 9 also Tampa.
Okay.
Like, you will get
better
War and Peace level coverage of takeaway differential, and you have to do such work to find out, well, who's the best if I just included punts?
Right.
That's how you know who's good. That's it. Best team in football is the Rams in that department. The Bills are number 6. So anyway, why'd I bring that up? Because of Jacksonville and Houston. C.J. Stroud's got a concussion he's dealing with, right? The Texans have not been – they're not having a great year. Their offense is kind of a mess. But their defense is a little bit dangerous. It's worth worrying about. Stroud has not practiced this week with that concussion. So if they lose, they go to 3-6, and they might be pretty well buried. But if they do find a way to beat Jacksonville, I don't think Houston is totally dead. And they might be a scrappy, tough out because their defense is that good. Cleveland at the Jets. All right, I got nothing. Nothing. Arizona at Seattle in the late game. Fox, Giants in Chicago, which could be fun. Jackson Dart against Caleb Williams in that one. Jackson Dart has been since he jumped in the lineup for the Giants. Did you know Jackson Dart is quarterback 4 in fantasy football?
I did not. I picked him up in the 3rd round of a dynasty league, though, and that's kind of a steal right now, the way he looks.
Any dynasty league, you're drafting your quarterbacks later and later. And what I'm saying, like when you're getting into the 2nd and 3rd round, the guy that can run is always a good idea. Like Jackson Dart in the 3rd round is a great pick in a dynasty draft. So he's been quarterback 4 since he's gone in. Baltimore at Minnesota. That's a big one for Baltimore. It's a road game. if they're going to win that division like many people expect them to come back and win it, they can't really give any spots away. The fact that the Steelers beat the Colts last week, all right, that might mean that Pittsburgh holds on to that division. To make the playoffs, the Ravens, it's week 10. This game has like a 19% swing. That is a very high leverage game for them. And a lot of their games have that. They really can't afford to trip up too much. If they beat the Vikings, they're up to 62%. Then they'll play Browns, Jets, Bengals, and people will expect them to win all four of those, right? Or all three of those. So looking at Pittsburgh's schedule to try and set up Ravens, Steelers for the top spot in the division in a couple of weeks. Like, you might get it. The Steelers' schedule is a little tougher. They'll play the Chargers this week, then the Bengals, who they did lose to, and then the Bears, and then the Bills, and then the Ravens. Like, Pittsburgh could come out of these next 4 games going in at, I want to say at best 2-2, and maybe 1-3. And Baltimore could make up 2 to 3 games on them in these next 4 weeks before the two teams meet. So it's big for Baltimore. They're going to Minnesota. Right now, the Ravens trail in that division by just 2 games. And would you like to bet that in 4 weeks they're playing for the division lead? They're 2 games back. So Minnesota is, J.J. McCarthy was good last week, I suppose. So did not expect that. New Orleans at Carolina. And then the Fox late game, you've got 2 options. We get Detroit at Washington, which I think is unfortunate because the Rams and Niners is a better game. 2 good teams. They match up all the time. The Rams look really, really good. And the Niners, we'll see. Brock Purdy's still not ready for them. Still not close. Getting closer, but I don't think he's supposed to play this week. Limited, definitely getting closer from the words of Kyle Shanahan. Pretty confident he will play again this season. That was yesterday. Pretty confident he'll play again this season. Season's still got a lot to go. So if it takes him that long to come back, we'll see if he can, get his job back. I would think he would. So anyway, the Sunday night game this week, it is, sorry, I didn't have it up right away. Sunday Night Football this week is Pittsburgh and Los Angeles. Steelers at the Chargers. I love the Chargers in that game. The Chargers have some explosive to them, especially in the passing game. And Herbert can just shred them probably. Pittsburgh's not winning unless you get, 4 to 5 turnovers. And then the Monday Night Football game this week is Philadelphia at Green Bay, which is another good one. And I like the Eagles there because the Packers have 1 win you think might look good. And that's opening day. Opening day, they beat the Lions.
The Lions, yeah.
And since that day, since beating Lions on opening day, they also beat the Commanders, which doesn't look great right now. They lost to the Browns. They tied the Cowboys. They beat the Cardinals by 4. They beat the Bengals. They beat the Steelers. They lost to Carolina. They haven't done too much that's impressive. They'll play the Eagles on Monday Night Football. And then the Packers go Giants, Vikings. Got a lot of division games left. Vikings, Bears, Vikings, Lions. They play 5 division games still, which is what the Bills did last year. All their division games were at the end of the year. Packers are still not really even in division yet. There's your Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy, a breakdown of all the games. What are the lessons I was trying to give to you? 1, the Texans are a good, bad team. The Rams are a good, good team. Who's a good, bad team and who's a bad, good team? Okay, here you go. Yeah. The Texans are a good, bad team, and the Broncos are a bad, good team. There's your AFC. The Broncos are a bad, good team. 8-2. Get out of here. 8-2. 803-0550. Extendo Sports on the way, and then we'll hand things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. All right, so it's going to snow Sunday, right? The Bills might win in Miami and return to some cold temperatures. Highs on Monday in the low to mid-30s. The wind chill in the 20s. Okay. Late Sunday, the rain mixes to snow Sunday evening. Snow showers likely across all of western New York on Monday. Monday's commute will be a snowy one. So, all right, most of the snow is expected to melt. I'm reading now about like Lake Erie's temperature and how that affects all that. Lake effect snow Monday. All right.
Not looking forward to that.
No?
No. The earlier wake up to prepare. That's the more so the hindrance with the snow. But
yeah, brush off the car, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, I've had to get in the habit now of when I preheat my car, it just goes to whatever the last climate situation was in there.
Right.
So if I have the AC on in there, I don't have the AC on now, but if I don't have the heat on when I park my car, if I start it in the morning, it won't warm up because it just starts the engine no heat.
Right.
So I've now got to break myself into remember to turn the heat all the way up the last time you get out of the car for the night.
Yeah.
So that at 4 a.m. when I get out there to get in my car, it's not freezing.
Yeah, the good news is if you warm it up, even if you have it on not having the heat on, the moment you get in, you should be able to hit the heat.
Yeah.
And it will work.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right.
it's not you did say preheat your car like it's an oven.
I did, yeah, preheat.
When I
is not
preheat
quite-
my car.
I missed there. That was a miss.
No, I don't think it's wrong. I think it is what you're doing. You're preheating it before.
Yeah, but I sound
But
like
in that scenario, you are the food being cooked.
right.
Which,
And
I just want to be warmed.
Doesn't sound like a thing a human says. You warm up your car.
Yeah.
Talk like a human.
Right.
Probably good advice.
803-0550. Why am I giving you the number? Show's over. Sal's coming up in a minute anyway. What did we forget to get to, gentlemen? What didn't we get to? ProFootballTalk.com. I had something I was going to get you there. Oh, I know. The Dolphins got rid of Pop-A-Shot. They had Pop-A-Shot, a basketball hoop, Pop-A-Shot game, a basketball hoop, and a card table.
Oh,
they're clearing it out.
Yes.
Following suit of the Baltimore Ravens a couple weeks ago.
The canary of the coal in the coal mine situation.
Well,
it was a little late, it seems.
The story at ProFootballTalk.com, they link from Hal Habib, who said the games are gone. He wrote that for the Palm Beach Post. And quoting left tackle Patrick Paul, I got beat and I got mad and I broke the whole thing. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Guess we wanted to redecorate. He was kidding. He did not actually break it, but 2-7.
It would have been really awesome if the reason that their games got taken out was not because Mike McDaniel thought they were too immature and needed to be punished, but because one of their guys got mad because they're an immature. And
yeah, they're 2-7. I mean, it was last year they started 2-6, and they rescued it. They did kind of pull it out of the fire last year.
Yeah.
But anyway, Bills and Dolphins fully expecting a Bills win. And I also tweeted this out there. I'm going to start laying the groundwork for this. Unfortunately, no one wants to get here, but if the Sabres have a bad road trip, we will be having a conversation. Carolina, Utah, Colorado, Detroit. Bad road trip. We're having a conversation. Also, I'd not seen it yet. Utah Mammoth, the social account, they had J.J. Paterka mic'd up during his game here.
Yes, yeah.
And he said, he goes, the opening face-off circle against Alex Tuck and says, I'm mic'd up, so I can't say anything. And then he says, the other thing you get is he says, it's unbelievable how good they treat us.
Yeah.
Talking about his team, which, it's Alex Tuck who's got some decisions to make.
Yes, he does.
Also, for the record, the Utah Mammoth mascot, instead of Tusky, should have been named Walter. That's all. Walter.
Walter.
Walter would have been way better.
I accept.
If you want to go all the way to Walter Cronkite, you could have done that, but just Walter. Better than Tusky.
It's good.
All right. It's Friday. I got to get out of here. Gentlemen, have a great weekend. To all of you out there, have a great weekend. Go Bills. We'll talk Monday morning for Buffalo Bills. Football Monday. And, we'll see what the Patriots do against the Bucs. That, to me, that's the game of the week. Get 2 screens going because that one's going to be a big one. Big swing game, potentially, in the AFC East. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.